the moms who ask the questions, digging deep, no second guessing. From the school run to the crime scene, truth and chaos, we're the dream team. Bad Kids Club, yeah, we ride or die. Sad eyes sharp and our standards high, brought together by FKR. Now we're taking truth real far, and we're just getting started. Talk time with Amy, Boston, and Kelly, spilling facts that hit your belly. Partners in crime, fueled by conviction. Moms on a mission with sharp intuition. Talk time, we're calling out lies with caffeine, chaos, and side-eye vibes. It's raw, it's real, it's how we vent. Leaning close, let the reckoning commence. This is Talk Time with Amy, Boston, and Kelly, where the tea is hot and the truth cuts.
You can let me know once they're finished with the bathroom. We'll bring them out and we'll get started. Yep. I believe the jurors might be ready, but if you need to use the restroom, please go do it now if you need to. Yeah. Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. We are going to resume with the state's case once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right, and for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, state.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me. Jeffreylacasse.
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would mark it at around July 14th, 2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating. So that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markell?
I met him briefly a couple of times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of thing?
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendy was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendy was telling me. And Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markell, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markell.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendy. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How
yeah.
did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded. But definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously. And I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled. Wendy would be in a mood. Wendy would be upset. So
when you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with.
Mhm.
But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay, and how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple,
Speculation and opinion.
Overruled. He may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, Mr. McCoy.
sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Stayed as to opinion.
All right. So in your observations, let's keep it specific to Donna, if you don't
Yes.
mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce is already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we met multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes?
I don't believe
Donna
Harvey was
alone?
there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, sorry. Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went and stayed with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom. So it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendy Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah,
All right. And that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
And how was Catherine Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendy, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendy, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the 4 that were in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it. Yeah.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like, I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of
Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Kappelman.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub. One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, et cetera. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not disclosed as an expert.
Sustained, you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kappelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of those scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of Wendy Adelson.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach. Then we'll take you to the jury room. House, if you can step down, please. Step outside the courtroom doors. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Everyone can be seated. Kettleman, how long do you think it will take to find this portion of either the deposition or material provided in discovery?
Maybe another 10 minutes, Judge?
Very well. We'll take a recess then until 9:40.
Kids, what is happening? What is happening? I just text Jimmy and told him I could see him. I love that he's there. Jeff Lacoste has a lot of information and they're trying to block it. And I don't know what Georgia is trying to find, but it's going to take her 10 minutes. Does anyone in chat know what they're trying to find? I had a call from a doctor that I had to take, so I missed a little bit of it. I don't know if Kelly's able to pop up here, but please come up if you can. I think he's the person that's going to drop bombs. I have a poll out and people are 50-50, but I think he has a lot of information that was told to him. No, Donna is not out on bond. She has been in prison. She tried to flee the country to Vietnam. Sounds good. I've had a bad morning, Wayne. I've had a bad morning. I do not have a cold. I will sound better later. I just had a hard morning. I think also I believe that not only Jeff was in the back, but there's also another big witness that is coming after Jeff if he's not up there all day. This trial seems to be going really fast, so we might be able to get through it faster than 3 weeks and have Donna locked up and then get Wendy indicted. For some reason, I have a gut feeling that they have a grand jury about to indict Wendy because this was not a good look for her. This was not a good look for her. Georgia got her. And the fact, and you know too, like people, I was watching a lot of other creators yesterday, and they were saying that Robert was kind of like a nothing burger, but I feel like he was put on there and gave a lot of different insight into who Donna is. Wasn't sure if it was given. No, she was never given bonds because she's a flight risk. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I agree, Polly. I hope you're feeling well, Polly. I hope you're feeling well. Let's see who else is in here. We have Wayne, obviously. We have my little brother Mark is here. We have my lover, my other lesbian lover, dog mom. I saw other people in here earlier. We have our regulars. We have Natalie was in here, my baby. Let's see. I was thinking of cold nose candy. I see NBC's going. Yeah, Proctor. People are actually doing the Proctor thing. I am going to stream him later. I'm going to put up a live and stream his hearing later on if you guys want to come and hang out and chat about it. Kelly,
I'm here. Sorry.
you're here. You made it.
I was running. I had to
You're the
talk to
best.
Liam's teachers and staff, and she's gonna call me for his. There's a lot of stuff they have to get together for me. So I talked to them, and then I realized I had no pee pads for the dogs, so I had to go to Walgreens get the pee pads.
Oh my goodness.
And
Oh my
melatonin
goodness.
because I ran on melatonin last night, and Declan did not want to go to sleep. So
Oh yeah.
got
My
that
son,
real
I fell asleep before him, and apparently he was up until 12:30 playing Roblox because I'm the mom of the year. I had no idea. I was asleep next to him.
girl.
And finally I woke up because I heard him like talking, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Declan
And he's
Liam
still
have done
asleep.
that numerous times. Liam will come out, grab his iPad, and sneak back in his bed.
Yeah, these kids are crafty. Okay. My kid's going to be 5 on Friday, and this kid knows, and I'm an IT professional. This kid knows his shit. Okay. He knows his shit. And he is so sneaky, the little thing. So anywho, so what were you listening to the end of that? I was on the phone
I
with
don't know what
MGH.
happened. I was I had it on in Walgreens, and I was listening to him talk, and then all of a sudden it was a sidebar, and I was like, I was dropping like everything in my hands, and some guy was like, "You need more arms," and I'm like, "I'm a mom. I have 50 arms, and I'm listening to my
Yeah.
phone at the same time. Leave me alone."
We have
But-
no choice but to be strong, Kelly. We have no choice. Yeah, Roblox. Yeah, Roblox and Fortnite, like, and Minecraft are like the thing that that is it. So what happened? Tell me what happened of why they went to break and what they
I
need to
don't know.
find.
There's something in Discovery that she's looking for. I don't know what it is.
Mm,
I mean, I could
I
go back
see.
and we can kind of see, but I don't know when their break's gonna be.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think that's necessary.
We'll
But
figure
I
it
mean, we
out
could.
shortly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so when I went into Walgreens, I planned to just get one bag of pee pads and one thing of melatonin, but everything's like buy one get one 50% off, and I'm like, okay. So instead of 100 pads, I got 200. Those are heavy and 2 bottles of melatonin. So I just was walking around like a crazy woman.
Right.
But I'm home. I'm here. I'm up.
You're here.
I just didn't want to order it through DoorDash.
Um,
DoorDash is extra money.
It's too much. It's too much.
But
I'm multitasking at the moment, so give me a break. Give me a
Heather, hey baby girl. My
Hi,
spicy.
baby. The potty's here.
Is it spicy Heather or is it just Heather today? We need spicy Heather. Yes, one of them is suing because a gentleman got Chris Hansen involved in it. Spicy. Our spicy girl is here today.
Our spice girl. Tomorrow.
So, I know, like, who do you think is going to be the next person after him? You think it's going to be Charlie?
I think it's gonna be Charlie. I think he was brought in.
Oh,
Yep.
let me
I
be right
think
back. Let me hold
was
on.
brought in. All right. You guys, I'm multitasking, so.
Good morning, Mom. Mom.
Good morning, honey. My Roblox boy finally woke up. Yeah, hopefully it comes back too. My Heather, I love you. Your machine names. Hey, you know what? I have, this is the thing, right? So I appreciate everyone saying that, but when you have no choice, you just got to do it, right? There's no choices, and I love you. Thank you for the compliment. I do what I can. I had a really hard morning, and that's why I sound like I have a cold. But I will get better later, and I'll come on screen when I feel like I can. Hopefully Charlie's next. I would die. I would die. Kaden, say hi to YouTube.
Hi.
What are you gonna say? Like and
Subscribe.
bang, and subscribe. That's right. All right, guys. They should be back in a minute. I'm gonna pop myself off. I have other things to do. But I will be back. Love you guys.
Okay, well, I'm here. Apparently, they decided they didn't want to talk to me. So they'll call back, I guess. Or they'll leave a message. Who knows? It's these. I'm trying to get all of Liam's stuff together for his IEP matrix review because you know how that is. Or if you don't, you're lucky. Don't get an IEP suck. Friday through Monday. Well, that's going to suck because that's where my husband has to cash his checks for work because our bank holds them for 2 days. So is that all around the country or is that just certain areas? I got to look this up. Where did you see that, Polly? Because I just did a search. Stop torturing the cat. I just did a search. Get off the couch. And it says that it will not be closed because it is not a federal holiday. So, where did you see that? Because I need to make sure I know. I hope you don't get a spammer, scammer, dicks calling you. Oh no, Heather, right now we're getting just trolls who aren't happy about things that were said that are our opinion and are true. So so if anybody who is a mod, make sure you're watching. We have it on subscriber only for 5 months. You have to be a subscriber for 5 minutes before you can comment. However, make sure that anybody that you see maybe post a shitty ass comment towards one of us, that they are banned instantly, because we don't need that. We moved on from what we had to get out. It's out, and now we're done. Hi, Rozzy. How are ya?
Wait a minute. Did we just get a bad comment?
No, she said spam something about spammer scammers, and I was like, we don't have spammer scammers, but we have other comments.
Oh yeah, we
so-
have trolls. Yeah, we have trolls that don't like us and thinks that we're lesbians, but they're just assholes. So
I mean, me, Ken, and Amy are a lesbian trio now. So just so everybody knows,
yeah,
you can do this
that's
from
right.
Florida and Massachusetts.
Listen, we're the
Hot
Bad Kids Club, and we allow like whoever you want to be, but you're not going to come in here and insult our viewers or us together. And if you don't like one of us, both of us don't like you. So fuck off.
because we have each
That's
other's
how I
back.
feel. We have each
Not
other's
yet
back.
today, I've seen, but just make sure if you're a mod, you're watching, because I'm sure they're gonna
I have it
try.
on subscribe. I have it on subscribers only, so they're gonna have to subscribe and wait to hate on us.
If they're willing to
They're in
wait
other people's chats talking shit though. Well, good. I don't even watch other people. I mean, I do. I just don't chat.
Yeah, I mean, we only
Yeah.
have like 6 between the two of us.
All right,
mean,
I gotta go. Yeah.
it's a new thing that we do. I get it. You know, it's every night. I just hop, skip, and jump from Florida to Massachusetts, and we have our little love affair, and then I'm back in bed before Steve knows it. It's how I roll. Yeah, I mean, Heather, it's ridiculous. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You have a condo on the island of Lesbo. Look at that. Well, my husband said he's a lesbian. Got some talented scissors up in here. That's right. What? Somebody got to do it. Maybe a combo too. Yeah, my husband states that he is also a lesbian, so it works for our family. Oh, we're
Step
back.
one, did you find the information that you were seeking to
Yes,
elicit?
sir. I'm sorry I didn't have an answer for you. The cases had so many incarnations, hard for me to remember who knows what, but I am conceding the violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness, so I'll move on.
Well, the defense requesting from the court to conduct a Ricketson hearing.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
One moment, briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the fifth or sixth trial in this,
Only the fourth, Judge.
excuse me, the fourth trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic, that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness. They might be using the bathroom, but once they're ready, yep. You can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacasse.
A curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I would know why you have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zelman, do you wish to have a curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well.
Forward.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the examination of this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markell was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay, and did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get strict.
Sustained unless there is an exception. Ms. Kaufman.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should rush over there essentially. She had a stomach problem. So I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there was no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see input 1 flashing or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right. And did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. And then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date. day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th. Is
That's
that
right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as States Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother, Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's, I think, really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence case 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please? No objection.
States 141 is admitted at this time.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was?
It's the morning of 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
Morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple of weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, while we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge, I'm gonna approach and show you what's been introduced. That was in the PowerPoint, so you might not find it. All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markell for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markell problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious when she said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point. And then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journeys Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there. And
Yes.
You're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after around. And she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip. And she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markell was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Okay? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendy that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11 and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence of states 64 GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I considered based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for another week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay. All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving evidence 86A.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like art would come down and other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
topic? Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. I understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had a couple, 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in this
Yes.
murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
Rather
you
than this-
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I marked as state's demonstrative exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
You may.
I have one more moment to confirm, please. No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment. Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacoste, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
And you testified that it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendy.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression, information coming from Wendy.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendy.
Putting Charlie's,
Aside from Charlie in the hospital,
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendy. That's correct, sir.
isn't it true that you found Wendy? Let me find the exact quote. Didn't you find Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Stay. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive, you were not to consider. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. You yourself do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on. You can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist sized.
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
You testified about a statement that Wendy Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014 that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother Charlie.
Her brother Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. You may step down, Mr. Lacoste. Please call your next witness. Don't tell me she's lost to all bailiffs, United States Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness. Any of our jurors need to use the restroom during this period. Bailiff, please take the jurors to the restroom.
Doesn't this seem like a whole lot of restroom breaks and tomfoolery? Anybody else? Is Jeff Lacrosse off the stand?
At 10:25, Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, the bailiffs will assist you at this time.
Yeah, he's off the stand. I think they're looking for Charlie.
That was quick. That was bullshit.
I feel like it's moving. Like Georgia's not doing what she did with Charlie's. I don't feel like she's trying. I don't. It's like,
Hell no.
I mean, she's
Mm-mm.
guilty. We all know she's guilty, but does it feel to you like they're proving it right now? Because right now, I feel like Georgia's kind of just like blasé about it.
Yeah, I feel the same exact way.
Like whether it's okay whether she,
I
you
feel
know.
the same exact way.
I mean, I know that I have a feeling they're gonna find her guilty, but I just like there's a chance that the way Georgia's going, it doesn't seem like it. Georgia usually is like snarky and
I agree, Mama.
bitchy, and and now she's like, oh, they're on the stand
This
for 5
happened
minutes.
with another trial that the right.
I'm like,
Can you hear
nails as
me?
I talk. Yeah, I can hear
Am I
you.
mute?
No, you're fine. I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm just doing my nails as
I didn't know if I couldn't see my Oh yeah, no, you're good. No, there was another case that this happened. The prosecutor got a little too comfortable with what they were doing, and the person ended up a hung jury, or they got off, and they were definitely
just
guilty.
being hung. I could see, depending on how Charlie goes, I could see this being hung.
Mm. Me too.
And then
Same.
they arrest Wendy, and then they have 2 trials on, you know,
Yep. Mhm.
because I mean, we know she's guilty because we've been watching all this stuff for years, you and I, but like anybody who doesn't know this case is going to be like, what are you talking about? Like, it could be anybody.
Right. I agree.
Like, you only heard from Charlie, you only heard from Wendy, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I
And
just
like
don't.
Robert was a nothing burger, and this
Now,
Jeff
Robert
guy
did
was
go
kind
out
of a nothing.
So, like the whole, she sent a picture of her boyfriend and didn't told her not to tell her parents. I
Yeah,
pinched
that's
my
true.
finger in the freaking drawer today. It hurts. My whole fingernail
That sucks.
hurts. I'm like trying to file it.
I agree. I wasn't
Auntie
aware
Death,
what
watching him in the background is fun.
I messaged him like, I see you. Oh my god.
I guess he wasn't contacting anybody yesterday. Everybody was worried about him. They're like, proof of life on Jimmy. Nobody had any info.
He really is an incredible lawyer. He's going to be on our civil case if there is one.
Who?
What time did they say they're coming back? Oh, Alan Jackson is going to be on Karen Reed's civil
Oh,
team.
he's already filed to be on the civil case. But I have a feeling that they're going to announce the 1983 case this week too.
Right. Also, I am playing the Proctor hearing right after this. I already have a live setup. So when we're done with Adelson, you can go over and we can all chat and talk shit about Proctor at 5:00.
Sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, man. I just set it up. I don't have a thumbnail for it, but it's fine. It's our faces.
It works.
That works.
You and me. I mean, we are the channel, so. Who
Right.
cares about
Exactly. It's our lesbian channel. It's our lesbian channel.
It's talk time with lesbians, Amy and Kelly.
Oh my god, we're the mean lesbians.
Is there any other
Oh my
kind?
god.
What?
I don't know. I know a lot of awesome lesbians, but apparently we're mean girl lesbians.
I know.
Did you know that?
I know.
I thought I really like dick though. So
Me too. I mean, I have 5
Yeah.
children.
right.
You're our lesbian lover, Kim.
Yeah. Kim is our other. She's our threesome. Yep. Sorry guys, I'm eating popcorn because it's so good.
Is there anybody else in here
Um,
that's lesbians too? We could just add you to the crew.
Just add us.
We could be the Bad Kids Club, Bad Kids Lesbian Club.
I'm dead.
Really? How is that an insult? Honestly,
It's not an insult at all by any stretch of the imagination. It's not an insult.
Katy Perry told us all how you can kiss a girl and like it, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the girls that we know have done it.
I've kissed a girl and I liked it.
No, that's not Auntie and Stunner Shades. He's in the back. He's like super tall and on the side. You can see him all the way in the back.
Yeah, he's in the back. He's in the back. You can see him. Yeah. Mhm.
Stunner Shades. I don't know who that is, but she cracks me up.
Yeah. Listen, I love my gays. Okay, love my gays. I'm not gay. I love women, and I like to compliment them, and I love women's bot, but I am strictly dickly. But that's my choice, right? That's how I was born. Nothing
I'm a
wrong with being gay. Nothing wrong
man.
with being poly.
I'm pissed off at the state of Orlando or state of Florida right now because they
Why?
literally the Pulse nightclub had a rainbow crosswalk connected to the road next to it, and they overnight didn't tell anybody, and they painted over it. And
Right.
that to me is taking away a memorial that I lost. I physically lost somebody I love in that shooting, and now you're messing with a memorial. Like you can choose any. I don't care. Any other crosswalk is fine. And I had someone, my cousin on Facebook was like, "So you're okay because rainbow color crosswalks can be hard for disabled people." Hey, hi, mom of a disabled child. Still don't give.
We're back. We're back.
All right, we're going down.
Adios.
Duke and the jack of all trades, bring them on.
Amen, Heather. Amen. Dave, we won't force you to, I promise. You could be a lesbian too. My husband is. If you guys look straight back, you see Auntie Deb in the back. He's chatting with that one girl.
Harvey just walked in.
Javi? Javi, where have you been? Did he sleep in? Oh, his girlfriend probably had made him breakfast first. I think his girlfriend made him breakfast.
Charlie's like, oops, I slept in, bitch.
See what Harvey, let's see what Charlie looks like. He got a haircut. What does he look like? Sidebar. There's the studies that they show about disabled people who have like this hard seeing stuff show that all the studies were done in the UK. Not one of them that he presented to me was done in the US. But like, don't give a shit. There's how many other, you have thousands of crosswalks that you can take. One crosswalk hooked to Pulse should not matter. 49 people lost their lives there. 49 innocent people, and not all gay people. There was a lot of straight people too, and one of them was one of my friends. And he died in the bathroom while he was texting his mother. So they can kiss my butt. And the state has, or people have been out there coloring it with chalk, and then somebody came out with paint and started coloring it themselves. So I don't know what's going to happen. There's a big political thing or a big protest going on. I wonder what Mr. Everett's, Dr. Judge Everett's laughing about. Look at that. I would be too after these thousands of freaking cases that he's gone through with the same family. Brother counsel's post says Donna's trial is starting to sound more and more like Wendy's trial. All this evidence is not covered by her
Bring in
immunity.
the next witness.
Heather, which guy? My friend Eric, my friend Eddie. What are we talking about? What's going on?
Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Ooh, it's
Speak loud and
June.
clearly so you can be
Isn't that June?
You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June. I'm Chinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating
It
Charlie
was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay, can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything. So it was just a normal relationship. We had, everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
They worked together.
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business.
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What you would-
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
Did you meet Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place and we were together 24/7 since we met. So,
So basically living together.
yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day to day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Is that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
though,
was,
right?
yes.
You've had a chance to review it.
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right. And then there was a time, which are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a
Yes,
criminal?
ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
Charlie Adelson's behavior began to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Luis Rivera got arrested around that time.
Okay. And once you
Or
learned,
I'm sorry, Luis
What the fuck happened?
did learn some things from the media about this case. Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I don't know. Court TV went crazy, so I put
I
Tallahassee
did
Democrat on.
read the
Oh, that's what I had
affidavit,
on.
everything
Yeah.
which said Lewis.
It came up
or
Court TV,
somebody
so I don't
mentioned
know.
they were paid in Staples.
No, I had whatever.
bundles.
I'm gonna keep
Yeah.
yours in the
Why
background
Why did
just in
that
case.
stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after I
After you-
found out that the money was stapled.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Lewis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples. So
Okay, but you had seen, before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
before the hitmen were paid,
Yeah,
I didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were paid.
I'm sorry. Yes, before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it. in his
After I
residence,
found out.
And that's when it
Yes.
clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay. During the time between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, like, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, like, you never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it
At that
true
time.
that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together. So
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
yes.
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly she worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay, and can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why in the beginning. He was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
Did he become angry, short-fused?
at certain times he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up. So
And was one of those emotions anger?
at some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got and then it disappeared. So it was just a short period of time. He had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp. So he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry. So he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So
what about Wendy Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case. Yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not. but-
No, please don't. So what was there a time frame where Wendy and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay, and did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right. Was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markell?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life. So she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them. I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. I don't, yeah.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Please remain seated. The attorneys will defense are not presented. No comments.
Okay.
Judge, may I ask one more question on the census thing?
Go ahead.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanoa's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it. Yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing. And then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts, half
Well-
of the work.
Right. But he was laughing. So it was just a joke.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zellman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
I just really have a few questions. There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time. Yes.
Okay. You've previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you've testified there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled? Because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled
you s-
already.
You saw that it was stapled,
Hmm.
correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
And I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
So you did an initial interview, you've been deposed, you testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train of
testified,
thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you, it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like if they were those exact words, I think she was just so like stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry.
Please answer out loud all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you are under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you
Charlie's
swear or affirm the
bestie.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Is that who that is?
You may take your seat.
Looks like it.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yeah, it's Charlie's best
Sir,
friend.
please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We're very close
Acquaintances?
friends. Yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markell, you know?
I'm gonna check, so they haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related to my client.
objections. Please sit down.
I'll re-ask the question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markell?
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanawa one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Staple money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by staple money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markell occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes,
approached?
ma'am.
Okay. And prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty, just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you
When the others were arrested?
when the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay. So he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot. And he
In
talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you're like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Can I just say how pissed I would be off to live, be how pissed I would be to live in Miami and be dragged 8 hours north to Tallahassee to be asked questions for 5 minutes? Heather, he hates him now.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie. No, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markell, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Heather, you're fine.
You may step down.
Thanks for your 8-hour trip. Enjoy your 8 hours home.
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State called Mary Hall.
Yeah, we're going to need to speak to her first. We were provided with some information before today or to report.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury room.
Donna is quite smiley today compared to what she was yesterday and Friday when she was.
You can be seated. If there's a topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
And I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Hull before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State you need to be heard concerning this. Yes, sir. Very well. How long will it take to speak to Ms. Hull about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge.
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
Right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, defense can speak with Ms. Hull about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
Yeah, bring them back in so you can tell them to go back out. They're sending them to lunch, Dave. Hey, Ames, if they're going to lunch, do you want me to try to stream some of the Proctor stuff during lunch?
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to take an early lunch break today. Once again, I'm going to remind you of the instructions that you have received before, not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. If anyone attempts in any way to speak to you about this case or talk to you, please make sure you report that matter to the bailiff so I can deal with it appropriately. Also, during the lunch break, do not look at any information about this case or any of the news reporting. Again, you may eat together if you choose to do so, but the only prohibition is discussing this case. We will get started again at 12:35. Please make sure you have reported by 12:30. Enjoy your break. We'll resume at that point.
Okay, so I have Michael Proctor's hearing queued up.
Can be
You
seated.
guys want to watch that during lunch?
For the parties, please report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hull and have
So-
your
so
lunch
chat.
break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
Just one thing, Judge. The state is going to present a PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hull's testimony, and I do have an objection, a hearsay objection to slide 38. It's a
Sure do. Sure do. Yes, yes, yes. All right.
between Harvey
That
Adelson
during as soon
and
as they're done
Charlie
with it.
Adelson, and then Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
Heather's always in contempt.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy judge, it was December 14th of 2012.
So Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing having a large amount of cash. And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts at their dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more prejudicial. More probative than it is prejudicial.
I believe the objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement. I mean, okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So you're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather set this blank.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this, a hearsay statement from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna. And they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they have a lot of cash. So if they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What would be the other issue that is being offered for Ms. Dugan? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted. Ms. Fulford is making a good point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Splitting the hair is pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve a ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that I can review?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back with it.
Somebody has to fill in me. I mean, I can do it most nights. I can get there and back before he wakes up, but it's cool. It's cool. I have Kim as my backup. We a tri-lesbian group. Right? We do not gatekeep around here. We share the fun. The fun. I just want to hug everyone. All right. So I'm going to put this in the background since we're at lunch for them. I'm going to start this trial. All right. So, of course, we're behind, guys, so you know.
My name is Angela C. McConney, MCCONNEY. I am a commissioner for the Massachusetts Civil Service Commission. With me today is Rob Quinan, QUINAN, the General Counsel of the Commission. The time is approximately 9:30 a.m. on August 26, 2025. This first day of hearing is being held in person at the offices of the Civil Service Commission at 100 Cambridge Street in Boston, Massachusetts. Additional days of hearing are scheduled for tomorrow, August 27, 2025, and later this year on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. I am the hearing officer for today's appeal, filed with the Civil Service Commission on March 27, 2025, and docketed as case number D1-25085. The appellant in this matter is Michael D. Proctor, Proctor. At this time, I ask that co-counsel for Mr. Proctor please stay seated and introduce yourselves and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Daniel Moynihan, Attorney Daniel Moynihan on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Moynihan.
Good morning, Commissioner. Mark Russell, MARKRUSSELL, on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. The respondent in this matter is the Massachusetts Department of State Police. At this time, I again ask that counsel for the department stay seated, introduce yourselves, and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Stephen Carley on behalf of the respondent, Massachusetts Department of State Police, STEPHENCARLEY.
Who is with you today, Mr. Carley?
This is my associate Pamela Rottenberg.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
It's RAUTENBERG.
Thank you, Ms. Rottenberg. Thank you, Mr. Carley.
Madam Commissioner, may I also introduce my associate
Yes.
Zachary Green
Thank
from our
you.
office?
And spell your last name, Mr. Green?
GREEN.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. This appeal was filed by the appellant pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of Chapter 22C, which applies to the state police disciplinary matters, and Sections 41 through 45 of Chapter 31, known as the Civil Service Law. The appellant is contesting the department's decision to terminate his employment as a state trooper. Under the applicable law, the burden is on the Department of State Police to show, by a preponderance of the evidence, that the appellant engaged in misconduct that warrants discipline. If the state police meets that burden, then the burden shifts to the appellant to show why termination, as opposed to a lesser penalty, was not the appropriate level of discipline. This hearing is conducted in accordance with the standard adjudicatory rules of practice and procedure, 801 CMR, formal rules, with provisions of Chapter 31 taking precedence over any conflicting rules. Excuse me. Yes, I'm going to ask you to please stop, Mr. Cameraman.
Maybe stop this recording on WebEx and then you.
Our counsel for the commission. At this time, I ask that co-counsel for Mr. Proctor please stay seated, introduce yourselves, and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Attorney Daniel Moynihan, MOYNIHAN, on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Good morning, Attorney Mark.
Also being audio and video recorded by the commission via the WebEx platform. Has only one witness, and we will hear from him shortly. The department has committed to completing direct examination of this witness today. It is the commission's expectation that the appellant will complete cross-examination tomorrow with the option of recalling this witness in October if necessary. I urge counsel for both parties to use your time wisely and make adjustments accordingly as the day goes on to ensure conformance with these time allocations. Third, I hereby order the sequestration of witnesses. Any individual who is a potential witness in this matter may not attend or view any part of this proceeding until the conclusion of their testimony. Fourth, Counsel for both parties have been allotted 15 minutes for opening statements. Since the audio is being captured by the table microphones, I'm asking counsel as well as witnesses to please stay seated while speaking, to speak loudly and clearly, and avoid any crosstalk. Please allow questions to be completed before objecting. At this time, I ask that counsel for the Department of State Police proceed with an opening statement to be followed by an opening statement by counsel for the appellant. I would ask Mr. Quinnen to please keep the time.
Commissioner McCartney, may I just make a statement for the record regarding the procedure?
Is this something separate from the motions that I allowed yesterday?
No, yes, it is. Yes.
Can this wait until after openings?
It can. It concerns the sequestration order.
If anyone is going to testify, or you think they will, they shouldn't be in this room.
No, the difficulty is the fact that we're here at the request of the commission to start this process today, despite the fact that we're awaiting discovery from the department, as you know. And we don't know who all our witnesses.
Yes, if I'm speaking, don't speak.
Sorry.
That's quite simple. First of all, for decorum. If you have anyone who is a potential witness, they should not be in this room. That's all I can say.
And because we don't have our discovery, we don't know at this point who all of our witnesses
I
are.
can't advise you how
other
to
than-
conduct your case.
I'm sorry.
I can't advise you how to conduct your case. Mr. Carley, can you please proceed?
Thank you, Commissioner McCartney and Attorney Quinnen. Distasteful, unprofessional, inappropriate, in poor taste, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, dehumanizing. This selection of words does not come from a public comment section on a website, an op-ed columnist, or a protester outside the Norfolk County Courthouse. No, indeed, one would be forgiven for not immediately recognizing that these words are Michael Proctor's accounting of his own conduct in this case. Conduct in which Michael Proctor, tasked with the immense responsibility of acting as case officer for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, consumed alcohol and then operated his cruiser while on duty, released confidential information to individuals outside of law enforcement, and called suspect and eventual defendant Karen Reed a babe, a nutbag, retarded, a whack job. She's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo,
I'm back.
who shits herself with no ass. She's fucked. A cunt. As a result, the department brought forward 4 separate specifications within 2 types of charges for internal discipline. And in March, Colonel Noble terminated Michael Proctor's employment. In support of the just cause for doing so, beginning today, the department presents for your consideration its evidence of the appellant's guilt under the charges and specifications described as follows. Charge 1, Specification 1, unsatisfactory performance, sending derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and inappropriate text messages about a suspect. Charge 1, Specification 2, unsatisfactory performance, provision of sensitive and confidential information about a homicide victim, potential witnesses, and potential investigative steps to non-law enforcement personnel. Charge 1, Specification 3, unsatisfactory performance through unprofessional and inappropriate conduct, created an image that he was biased and brought himself and Massachusetts State Police into disrepute. And finally, Charge 2, Specification 1, consumption of alcoholic beverages while eating dinner on duty and then operating his department-issued cruiser. The department's defense of the just cause of the adverse employment action against Michael Proctor will be based entirely upon the evidence of his conduct, his violations of those specifications under our Article 5. To prove this case here in this de novo proceeding, the department will call OPIA Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, who was assigned an investigation initiated by DIS Commander Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors. In addition to the testimony of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, the department has submitted and has been entered into evidence for your review and consideration those 36 exhibits, demonstrating by a preponderance of the evidence that Colonel Noble had just cause to terminate Michael Proctor's employment. You will hear of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's collection and assessment of the records of the appellant's misconduct, first brought to light in excruciating detail during 2 days of his public testimony at the homicide trial in Norfolk Superior Court on June 10th and 12th of 2024. You will have the opportunity to hear the appellant read in his own voice his vile, misogynistic statements against the woman accused of and tried for the death of Officer O'Keefe. You will have the opportunity to hear his revelations to high school friends and members of his family of the identity of the victim, his views on and details of the crime, the manner of the victim's death, the witnesses to be interviewed, and the direction of that investigation, some made under 24 hours of the discovery of Officer O'Keefe's body. You will hear his own characterizations of his conduct that I quoted to you before. And you will hear his admissions under Charge 2 that while he was on duty, he consumed 1 to 2 beers with an officer from Canton Police and then drove the 2 of them home. You will be given, in addition to the video recordings of that public testimony, transcripts of the appellant's own words for your review and reference, a summary of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer of his misconduct, of Michael Proctor's misconduct as revealed during the trial, pay station, administrative duty roster, and AVL data collected by Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, corroborating the appellant's account of his alcohol consumption while on duty, the statements and admissions by the appellant at his OPIA interview, and Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's conclusions therefrom, as well as the criminal trial exhibits themselves containing the appellant's messages. You will also have available for your consideration the findings and resulting recommendation of the department's internal trial board, as well as the limited selection of public reaction to the revelations of the appellant's behavior. Relevant portions of an interview he gave to ABC News following his termination, and an order from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for him to turn over as discoverable statements in a criminal prosecution under Rule 14 the content of his communications from his personal cell phone. The department expects that much by way of distraction will also be on offer in the days to come, in the form of dubious and flimsy comparisons, whataboutisms reflecting the choices of others, spurious emotional appeals to the absolutely real difficulties experienced by members assigned to a homicide investigation, and insinuations that written statements by a case officer regarding his own investigation are somehow private or out of bounds. In short, the department expects an appeal not based on the truth, but on evading accountability. The department respectfully asks that this commission, while receiving those distractions or attempts at same, keep in mind the evidence and the facts that are the basis for the department's case. It respectfully asks you to bear in mind that no one committed the acts for which he was terminated other than Michael Proctor alone. No one authorized his communications of sensitive and confidential case information about an active homicide investigation to others outside of law enforcement. No one forced or cajoled or even requested him to engage in such gratuitous behavior. And that Michael Proctor himself has admitted, as evidently he must, that his conduct was unprofessional, inappropriate, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, and dehumanizing. And that he has admitted that he in fact committed the acts exactly as described in the charges brought against him. Accordingly, at the conclusion of this hearing, the department expects to meet its burden showing just cause and will therefore ask this commission to uphold the termination of Michael Proctor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. Mr. Monahan.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner McCartney, Mr. Queen. We're here today to hear evidence presented by the Department of State Police, which it believes amounts to just cause for the termination of Michael Proctor. Due to the fact that we continue to await discovery from the department, you will not hear a presentation of evidence by Michael Proctor today or tomorrow. You won't hear about his presentation of our evidence until October. Nevertheless, we will, through cross-examination, get to the truth behind this case. And the truth is that as of February 1st, 2024, Michael Proctor was an exemplary member of the Mass State Police. He had served in that capacity for 12 solid years without any discipline. He had risen to the level of the ranks of detective for the Norfolk County DA's office as a young trooper and served in the role as detective and was a very well-respected member of that unit. As of January 29th of 22, Michael Proctor, a fairly new detective in the DA's office, was asked to become the case officer on the Karen Reed case. You will hear what his duties were as case officer, and you will hear all that he was not responsible for as case officer in this case. Now, as we all know, Karen Reed was arrested. She was indicted by a grand jury, and she was tried twice by the Norfolk County DA's office from 2022 through 2024. In the early part of late 2023 or early 24, the defense in the Karen Reed case convinced the U.S. Attorney's Office to open an investigation into a theory of a grand conspiracy against Ms. Reed on the part of law enforcement and others. You will hear that Michael Proctor was asked to testify in the federal grand jury proceeding as a witness only on February 1st, 2024. And when he appeared, he was shocked to discover that the U.S. Attorney had somehow infiltrated his personal cell phone and surreptitiously obtained personal text messages on his personal cell phone. Now, we all have personal cell phones. We all have expectations of privacy on those personal cell phones. On February 1st of 24, Michael Proctor suddenly found in his mind that his privacy was violated. Since the disclosure of these text messages, the world has changed. Law enforcement officers and people in all walks of life now shudder at the thought that a federal agency could infiltrate their personal phone and look at text messages, personal text messages on a personal phone to family members and friends. Michael Proctor has reacted to this unlike many other people would. Michael Proctor has never denied the authenticity of these text messages. He's never denied that they are inappropriate, unprofessional, derogatory, sexist, misogynistic. Despite the fact that he's never, to this day, received the full text threads numbering hundreds of thousands of dollars that the U.S. Attorney's Office obtained. And despite the fact that he still doesn't know why his personal cell phone was infiltrated. Michael has repeatedly apologized for making crude remarks, unprofessional remarks, juvenile remarks. We could come up with many other adjectives that Michael has admitted to. He has never backed away from apologizing for these these outright unprofessional, and I'll call them stupid, text messages on his personal cell phone spoken to his buddies from childhood. Instead of backing away, what did Michael Proctor do? Well, the next day, he self-reported this information to his bosses at the Mass State Police. He reported the full context of these text messages to the Mass State Police, despite the fact that there's no existing Mass State policy concerning a trooper's personal text messages or personal private conversations on a personal cell phone. He reported it immediately. From that point, you'll hear evidence of what happened next and what didn't happen next in the ensuing 5 months and up till March of 25 when Michael was terminated by the department. You will hear of a meeting which was initiated by Michael and his then counsel on February 1st of 24, February 8th of 24, I'm sorry, wherein the content of these text messages was disclosed to the legal staff of the Mass State Police, as well as high-ranking members of the Mass State Police. You will hear that the Mass State Police assured Michael Proctor that not much would come of this, and that he may receive a letter of counseling as a result, or a written reprimand, and that the colonel and the command staff expressed appreciation for him immediately reporting these text messages to them. You'll hear of a separate investigation done by the department in April of 24, wherein the nature of Michael's relationships, alleged relationships with witnesses was investigated, and the issue of bias was investigated, and their findings were negative. You will hear that Michael Proctor remained on full duty from February 2nd, when he first disclosed, until July 1st, which is coincidentally the date of the Karen Reed mistrial. You'll hear that after that mistrial, that unfortunate date for Mike Proctor, July 1st of 24, the witch hunt for Michael Proctor began. He was relieved of duty within hours after that mistrial. You'll hear a press release from the colonel at the time who stated, quote, "Upon learning today's result, Michael Proctor was relieved of duty." You'll hear of intense political scrutiny, intense media pressure to fire Michael Proctor. You'll hear that this termination was not based on actual facts and evidence. Instead, it was a decision made to appease politicians and to appease some vocal members of the public and the media. You'll hear of the so-called internal trial board process of the Mass State Police and how flawed that process is and how unfair it is and lacking in due process. You'll hear that despite the flawed process of that internal trial board, this decision to fire Mike Proctor was made on July 1st of 24, within hours after that mistrial. Most important, you'll hear evidence from the trial board in this hearing that Michael Proctor's personal feelings did not influence the evidence in the Reed case. Michael Proctor did not act with the intent to affect the outcome of this investigation. You'll hear that there's no evidence to show that the integrity of the investigation in the Reed case was compromised. In other words, the personal cell phone text did not affect his performance of his police duties. And that the Mass State Police investigation into Michael was solely about personal cell phone messages and not about his job performance in the investigation. And that the charge of unsatisfactory performance of his duties is a misplaced charge. It's a charge that was designed as a Class A offense simply to appease the masses and fire Mike Proctor. In summary, Mike Proctor was a very good trooper, an exemplary trooper, a detective who has been made to be a scapegoat as a result of the Mass State Police caving in to public pressure. Michael Proctor did not commit a crime. Michael Proctor did not violate any specific policy prohibiting personal conduct on a personal phone because there is no specific policy. Those are two very important facts to remember in this case. Does his unprofessional conduct on his personal phone possibly warrant some discipline? Probably. Unbecoming conduct, possibly. In October, we will demonstrate, when we have our discovery, that the termination of Mike Proctor, the firing of Michael Proctor after 12 exemplary years, does not comport with previous standards of discipline for the Mass State Police, and that is disproportionate with discipline meted out by the state police over the years. Michael Proctor should not be subject to the whims of politics or the whims of the media. He should obtain a fair hearing on the merits, and we expect to obtain that fair hearing through this process. No one should be unjustifiably pushed aside from his job simply because an organization wants to satisfy an agenda. And that's what happened here, folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehead. I wanted to issue a supplementary ruling on your earlier request about the sequestration order. I understand it's a long time from now to October 21st. I will be asking each witness in October if they have previously observed any part of this proceeding. If their answer in the affirmative, I reserve the right to take that into account in my fact finding. Also, any individual, however, who anticipates being called as a witness should not be watching today's proceedings.
May I?
Yes.
My only concern, Commissioner McCartney, is that many of the witnesses on our pre-hearing list are not under our control. They're state police employees, number one. So we don't have authority to tell them not to watch this proceeding. Number two, after we obtain discovery in mid-September, we may have additional witnesses who we just don't know about yet.
All right. Like I said, as I just stated, I will ask each person before they testify. All right.
Thank you.
And again, I'll take that into account.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this time, Mr. Carlin, will you call your first witness?
Thank you, Commissioner. The respondent calls Kevin Dwyer.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give to the Civil Service Commission is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. I would just like to impart some information to you. First of all, that your testimony is being recorded, and both parties will receive a copy of the recorded testimony. Your testimony included the decision issued by the Civil Service Commission in this matter, which will be posted on the Commission's website. I may make credibility assessments about your testimony, which may also be included in the Commission decision. Please listen to the questions carefully and answer only the questions that are asked of you. If you cannot hear the question, you may ask for it repeated. If you do not know the answer to a question, you should state that. It is important not to guess or speculate. Speak slowly, clearly, and loud enough so that your testimony can be captured on the recording. Please avoid any crosstalk by waiting for the question to be asked before you answer. And if there are any objections, please wait for my ruling before answering the question. And again, if you turn your body away, you'll miss the recording, so please face forward and speak into the microphone 12 times. Thank you very much. Mr. Carlin?
Thank you again, Commissioner. Good morning, sir. Good morning. In a loud, clear voice, could you please state your full name and spell your last?
Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, D-W-Y-E-R.
You're employed by the department?
I am.
How long have you worked with the state police, sir?
Over 20 years.
And what is your, well, you mentioned your rank. What is your current assignment, sir?
I'm assigned to the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability.
And could you please briefly describe to the commission your duties and responsibilities in your current assignment?
My current responsibilities are as an internal affairs investigator.
All right. And do you have training and experience specifically with respect to OPIA investigations?
I do.
Can you summarize any training or experience you have in that regard?
Yes, I've attended multiple trainings on internal affairs investigations, plus my experience in the unit for almost 5 years.
I'd like to draw your attention, sir, to the time frame of March of 2024. Did you have occasion to receive an order to open an investigation into alleged misconduct by Michael Proctor?
I did.
What specifically was your role in that investigation, sir?
As the primary investigator.
All right. And how did you specifically come to be assigned to that particular investigation?
I was summoned to a meeting where I was told the allegations.
And coming out of that meeting, was the investigation into, or the investigation that you ultimately conducted, was it assigned a number by the Office of Professional Integrity? and
Yes, it
Accountability?
was.
What was the number, sir?
It was IAS 2024-0014.
And how was it formally initiated? How was the investigation formally brought into existence?
There was a request for investigation that was authored by Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
All right, sir. And if you could turn in your binder, please, to respond to this Exhibit 1. Have a look at Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 as before you, sir, is that the personnel investigation or the order to initiate the personnel investigation from Lieutenant Colonel Connors that you just referenced?
It is.
All right. And did you ultimately have occasion to organize, author, and submit a report and several exhibits documenting your findings in this investigation?
I did.
And as part of those exhibits, did you include a copy of Lieutenant Colonel Connors' request for investigation dated March 4th as your Exhibit 1 to your report?
I did.
Now, following up on Exhibit 1, in the body of the document, Lieutenant Colonel Connors references a criminal investigation. Is that correct, sir?
He did.
Would that be the criminal homicide prosecution of Karen Reed into the death of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was.
Fair to say that Officer O'Keefe's body was located on January 29th, 2022 at a residence in Canton?
Yes.
And as specified by the general laws, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and specifically the department members assigned there, they're assigned to lead that investigation?
Yes, they are.
And the case officer for that particular investigation is Michael Proctor. Is that not so?
Yes, sir.
Now, at a certain point during that investigation and prosecution, did some information come to light about a related federal proceeding?
Yes, it did.
How did you describe that in your report, sir?
The department was notified by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office that they were advised by the U.S. Attorney's Office that there was a federal invest that involved Trooper Proctor.
Okay. And how did the notification that came to the department that you just described, the notification from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, how did that notification take place?
It was a verbal notification.
And at the time the verbal notification was made, was there any documentation provided by either Norfolk County or by the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding that investigation?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did Norfolk County provide any other details about that federal investigation at that time, sir?
None that I'm aware of.
All right. At some point, was it disclosed that Michael Proctor had his personal cell phone examined and that there were text messages of a derogatory and defamatory nature about Ms. Reed on that cell phone?
Yes.
What, if any, effort did the department make around that time to learn more about those text messages?
To my understanding, there were multiple conversations amongst the department and the federal authorities to get more information. I don't believe they were very successful.
All right. And that was a decision made, as far as you're aware, by the federal authorities?
Correct.
Did the federal authorities place any conditions on the department with regard to this investigation?
Yes.
What conditions, sir?
Anyone that was advised of the existence of the text messages had to sign a non-disclosure agreement.
As far as you're aware, were there any exceptions to that requirement to sign the non-disclosure agreement set by the federal authorities?
No.
What, if any, official actions did the department take with respect to Michael Proctor as a result of verbal notification from Norfolk County?
Personal invest was started.
And in fact, the oral or verbal disclosure from Norfolk County is what triggered the request for investigation.
It is. Yes.
That accurate? sir?
Yes.
As part of the standard practice and required by department procedure and the collective bargaining agreement, was a subject notification letter issued to Michael Proctor?
Yes, it was.
Who first issued that and when, sir?
Detective Lieutenant John Goslin on March 4th. It was Detective Lieutenant John Goslin, and that was sent on March 4th, 2024.
Was Lieutenant Colonel Connor's request for investigation attached to that subject notification letter?
It was.
And initially, among other copy recipients, was that notification also sent to Trooper David Stewart as the spam representative?
Yes.
And did you ultimately attach a copy of that notification dated March 4th to your report in this case?
I did.
And did you attach it as Exhibit 2 to your report?
Yes.
Could you turn to Exhibit 2 for the respondent's exhibits in this proceeding? Sir, do you have Exhibit 2 in front of you?
I do.
Is this the Exhibit 2, the same Exhibit 2 that you attached to your report?
Yes.
The subject notification letter and the request for investigation or request to initiate an investigation that you made your Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And Detective Lieutenant, was there a typographical or stenographic error in that exhibit when it was first issued?
Yes, there was.
What was the error, sir?
It incorrectly named who wrote the request for invest.
And did the department issue an amended notification letter?
Yes.
What was the date of the amended?
March 19th, 2024.
And did you ultimately attach that as Exhibit 3 to the report?
I did.
Did you turn to Exhibit 3 for today's proceedings? Do you recognize Exhibits 3, sir?
Yes,
And is that the same Exhibit 3 that you attached to your report in this case?
it is.
All right, sir. This amended notification, it correctly identified the author of the request for the investigation as Lieutenant Colonel Connors?
Yes, sir.
And was it provided to, this particular one, provided to, among others, Michael Proctor spam representative Sergeant Christopher Johnson?
Yes.
Now, sir, in addition to the information provided from Norfolk County about these alleged improper text messages from Michael Proctor, were there also additional concerns raised with respect to him and witnesses in the O'Keefe investigation?
Yes, there was.
Could you just generally describe, sir, for context and the commission's benefit, what were the concerns that you were made aware of?
There was concern that Trooper Proctor had a relationship with some of the potential witnesses in the investigation.
All right, sir. Did those concerns constitute any portion of your investigation into Michael Proctor's misconduct, meaning specifically OPIA case 2024-001?
It did not.
Okay. What, if anything, to your knowledge, did the department do regarding those concerns?
There was a separate inquiry done to determine the nature of Trooper Proctor's possible relationships.
And was that documented separately by separate investigators within the department?
Yes.
And was that given internal personnel investigation number 2024-DIS-4?
Yes, it was.
All right, sir. In your ultimate report in this case, IAS 2024-0014, did you ultimately note in general what you learned about that separate investigation?
Yes.
Okay, can you summarize what you conveyed in your report, please, for the commission, sir?
So it was learned while Trooper Proctor may have known some of the witnesses, the relationships were not substantial, and they were consistent with how he had represented them.
All right, sir. Given what you understood about that investigation, and given the consistency that you mentioned with regard to his statements about those relationships and them being not substantial in nature, did any suggestion of misconduct on that matter have any impact on your findings, investigation, or recommendations in IAS 2024-0014?
No.
Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I'd now like to ask you about your review of evidence regarding Michael Proctor and the text messages in particular. To begin, when did you first learn of or have made available to you the substance of the messages that were the focus of your investigation?
When Trooper Proctor testified in the criminal trial.
All right, sir. And on what day or days did he testify in the trial that you just mentioned?
June 10th and June 12th, 2024.
Up to that point, the department did not have any documentation nor admissions from Michael Proctor regarding the content of the disclosure of his, the content of his personal cell phone.
Correct.
And how did you personally observe the open proceedings in the Reed prosecution?
I watched a live stream of the trial.
All right. And did that trial begin on or about April 29th of 2024 in Norfolk Superior Court?
Yes.
All right. And the live stream that you viewed, what live stream did you view, sir?
It was the Court TV live stream.
Was there any testimony, you mentioned June 10th and June 12th of 2024. Was there any testimony on June 11th?
No, there was not.
All right. And as part of your investigation, were you able to obtain copies of the video broadcast from both June 10th and June 12th for inclusion in your ultimate report?
I did.
And were those copies of the video recordings ultimately made exhibits 4 and 6 respectively to your report?
Yes.
All right. I'll note for the record that exhibits 4 and 6 to the witness's report are reproduced as exhibits 4 and 6 in the respondent's exhibits here today. In addition to the previous exhibits that I just mentioned of the video broadcast footage, did you also have occasion to obtain any transcripts of those same 2 days of trial testimony?
Yes.
And specifically the testimony of Michael Proctor, those the transcripts focusing on his testimony?
I did.
Okay. And did those ultimately become exhibits 5 and 7 respectively to your report?
They did.
I'll note for the record that those exhibits are attached as 5 and 7 to the exhibits here today. Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, did you also personally take notes during your viewing of trial footage in conjunction with the transcripts of the video? Did you also take notes on the content of Michael Proctor's testimony?
I did.
All right, sir. And did you include the substance of those notes as part of your report in this case?
I did.
And did you ultimately attach those notes to your report as Exhibit 8?
Yes, I did.
All right, so could you carefully, and it's the number of pages, but could you go to Exhibit 8, please, sir? You have Exhibit 8 in front of you, sir?
I do.
All right, sir. The Exhibit 8 that's in front of you, these are your notes from reviewing Michael Proctor's live testimony in the first Karen Reed trial.
They are.
And they are the same as the Exhibit 8 that's in front of you as part of the respondent's set of exhibits.
Yes.
All right, sir. Now, I'm jumping around a little bit, but please bear with me. I'd like to ask you about Exhibit 18 to today's proceedings. All right, sir. You've had a chance to take a look at what's before you in the printout copy of Exhibit 18 from today.
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the ultimate report that you authored and submitted in this case as the conclusions of your investigations, the findings and conclusions of your investigations in IAS 2024-0014?
It is.
All right. All right. I'd like to ask you now a series of questions about categories of allegations. Do you have portion of your report that sets out the allegations into separate categories or organized by letter?
I do.
Okay. And would that be categories A through K, allegations A through K?
Yes, they would.
All right, sir. Please turn to bait stamp respondent 504. That'd be the 14th page of exhibit. You have 504?
I do, yes.
Before I ask you about this in detail, sir, is it fair to say that on the beginning of this page, that is respondents 504, and continuing on to the last, the 15th page of your report, respondents 505, you specify here, excuse me, a series of categories of different but related allegations, the A through K.
Correct.
And in fact, those 11 set of allegations, did you personally review and assess each allegation of misconduct and issue a separate recommendation as to each?
I did.
And the separate recommendations that you ultimately issued were either sustained, not sustained, or exonerated based on the evidence that you found it?
Correct.
The allegation you assigned to letter A, sir, that concerned the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about a homicide victim to non-law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation A based on your investigation?
Sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter B, sir, that concerned the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about potential witnesses in a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel?
I did, yes.
And what was your ultimate recommendation as to allegation B, sir?
Sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter C, did that concern the claim between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022? Michael Proctor provided information about potential investigative steps and police actions related to a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel?
It did.
What was your what was your recommendation as to allegation C, sir?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter D, did that concern the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and/or disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation D?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter E, sir, did that concern the claim that on February 1st, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior to accept a reward, gift, or gratuity on account of his official services?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation E?
Not sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter F, sir, did that concern the claim that on dates between June 9th, 2022 and August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and disparaging text messages about a suspect in a homicide investigation to other law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation F?
Sustained.
As to assignment, allegation assigned letter G, sir, did that concern the claim that on August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor looked for nude photographs of a suspect in a homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation G?
Not sustained.
Just a few more, sir. Allegation you assigned letter H. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor consumed alcohol while on duty?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation H?
Sustained.
Allegation assigned letter I. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor consumed alcohol and then operated his department-issued cruiser?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation I?
Sustained.
Allegation assigned letter J, sir. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor received overtime pay while not engaging in official duties?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation J?
Exonerated.
Finally, sir, the allegation assigned by you, letter K, did that concern the claim that on dates between January 29, 2022 and August 17, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior that brought himself and the department into disrepute?
I did, yes.
And what was your recommendation as to allegation K?
Sustained.
For the benefit of the commission and the commissioner, may I just note for the record that I'll be shortly, in a few moments, referring to clip number 1 from our exhibit number 4.
Yes.
So if I could just notify the commission of that. Thank you. Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I'm now going to ask you a series of questions about each of the allegations that you assigned those different letters. Is it fair to say that as to allegation categories A, B, and C, Michael Proctor's communications to others took place on several different text message chains that you previously mentioned, one with a group of friends and another with his sister?
Yes.
All right. And it's also fair to say that from your review of the evidence and the messages from Michael Proctor under categories A, B, and C, his testimony about that began, excuse me, my apologies. I'll restart that question. Is it fair to say from your review of the evidence that the messages pertaining to allegation categories A, B, and C, those messages began by Michael Proctor on the day that Officer O'Keefe's body was discovered, January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that his testimony at the Karen Reed trial as to categories A, B, and C, chronologically speaking, his testimony began on June 10th, 2024, under direct examination from the prosecutor?
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to the video. Madam Commissioner, may we have clip number 1, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
and again, I'll advise everyone, please, do not speak while the video is being shared.
Madam Commissioner, could you pause, please? Just for the record, I wanted to note, for the record, this clip begins as part of Respondent's Exhibit 4, the video from June 10th, 2024, at approximately 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds into that video.
Can you please repeat the time again?
Yes, my apologies, Madam Commissioner. 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds approximately is the beginning of this particular clip. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, before I ask the clip be played, excuse me, is it fair to say that this is the start of his testimony regarding the text message chain with friends in which he reveals the identity and other details of the reported homicide victim, Officer John O'Keefe?
Yes, I believe so.
With the commission's permission, I'd ask now to please play this beginning, again, at the timestamp I previously referenced. For counsel's reference, the corresponding transcript pages begin Exhibit 5, Respondents, page 95.
So I'll just play this clip from the beginning.
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam
To the correct time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Where I'm showing you a document, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, you're aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone.
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far as away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference,
Sorry, there's a technical.
thank you, ma'am. To this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text channel, correct?
Mr. Carter, I'm so sorry for that interruption. Do you want me to begin again in the beginning, or are you comfortable?
I'm comfortable proceeding
Okay.
if the commission's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page, I'll direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to
Hey, loves, I'm gonna switch it back to Mama Donna because they're coming back in the courtroom. No, you didn't delete this one. Ours went out for a while, Kim. They were off. They just came back on. Oh, Barky Mock. I'm sorry. Yes, Tonks is our adorable emotional support dog along with Jax. They are babies. So I'm going to put Donna back on here. I don't want to get so far into the Proctor good stuff that we can't about to go back to mine to watch more. So, because I already feel like I have to go back and find out what he was talking about with the charges again. So, what you doing, guys? I did my nails, you guys. Amy was like, hell no. Hell no.
That's a hard no for me, dog. That's a hard no for me, dog.
I will go throw myself in front of a bus first. Polly, we were looking into trying to find one for Liam. They're very expensive. Very, 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 very expensive. Very expensive. You can train them on your own, but a seizure dog is hard. Like we were going to look for one that could be a seizure, kind of almost like a blind seeing eye dog as well. You can do they can be trained for multiple, but it's a lot. And I ain't got the money for that. Nope. And I've been on the phone the whole time. I've been on mute for you guys with neurologist, with ABA, with social work. So I'm trying to pay attention to all this, isn't it? Chippy Proctor is douchebaggery at its lowest. I just saw it. We will go back to Chippy Proctor. I promise, guys. I promise. I did my nails and they're so cute, you guys. Hear them? So I don't have
I am totally into the Chippy Proctor thing. Hold on 1 second. Kung Fu Panda's coming in. 1 second. I don't think he's getting his job back. Although I did see someone, I don't know if it was Rozzy or who, but they said that he may get like a crossing guard role. Like he won't be Mass State anymore, but he might be like local police.
Well, he
Or
can
like
go.
a desk job.
He could go to
Hold on.
any
Kung Fu Panda is screaming. Hold on.
certificate. Girl, hey, I can't do crap. What are you talking about? I should not be on my computer half the time. I can't remember to mute, not mute, change things. Oh, but the girl from so there's a girl on X, a lady on X that's been in the courtroom that everybody has been accusing of being anti-Deb yesterday with a wig. And her name is Miss Demeanor. And she's on TikTok. And she did a video. She said, I am not Jimmy, although I am flattered. I am not Jimmy. And I am not there today as we are two different people and I have a day job. But she's going live on TikTok tonight to talk about all the good stuff. So It's funny, you see Jimmy back there. He's like a foot taller than everybody else in the courtroom. Yeah, he's in the back. Yeah, he's all the way in the back row. He's been chatty Cathy with someone who's next to him. I think. I don't know for sure. I think Patty's Playground or something like that. Not Polly. I saw your name and said it. Patty's Playground. And I think she's sitting back there with him, which that's the one he's talking to. Mm. Polly, I'm sorry, baby. That makes my heart hurt. How dare you not go see the Queen? Like, Mark, it's the Queen. You're near Dollywood and you don't even go see her? It's rude. Rude, Mock. Rude. The expert
My aunt and uncle go to Dollywood all the time. They love it.
Scared the shit out of me.
Sorry, my son's giving me. Hold on 1 second.
I was looking down at my phone, talking at the same time, and I did not expect you to come on the computer. It scared me. Mark, I can't with you. I can't with you, Mark. I think, but the bad part is we can't time out mocks. I don't think I can time them out. Oh, I can. Ooh. Mock, should I put you in a timeout for not going to go and see Dolly, the Queen? Let's take a vote. Put a 1 in the chat if Mark should be put in a timeout. Hey, said 1. Mark, you're about to get timed out. Do it for Dolly. Let's do it for our country. For the red, white, and blue. I don't know if you guys remember that movie.
I sure do, bitch. I sure do.
Let's do it for our country. For the red, white, and blue. Our mothers will approve. Reproduction. Put your paw tube to work. Reproduction. Make my stamen go berserk. I don't think we can be friends anymore. That is one of my favorite movies in the world. I want a cool rider. A cool rider. If he's cool enough, he can burn me through and through. Whoa, whoa. Oh, now I know how to torture Kim. Both of them. They're both good. You have to watch 1 and 2. You cannot not have. Let's bowl, let's rock and roll. When the stakes are high and the winner takes all. We are singing and we're slinging.
That's historical. Yo, Grease. Okay, I like Grease, but I don't like Grease 2. It's like I watched the Home Alone with Caden for the first time.
I can no longer be
Judy
friends with you.
Garland, yes.
I
Yes,
can
yeah.
no longer be lesbian lovers with you guys. I have to leave.
What
this
time
really-
is this back? I thought it
It was.
was
They were coming
12:30.
right back.
Are they at Sidebar?
No, they were. It's playing, but
Hi,
they were.
hey, you. Oh, so they haven't come back yet. It's just still at the seal.
Yeah, it's still the seal. But I was trying not to get so far into Proctor's stuff. I'm sorry, I can't be lesbian lovers with you two anymore. I have to find my own people. You guys don't like Grease 2? Rude. Just rude. Oh, we should do a Grease day. It would have to be a members only day, or we could sit here and sing it to ourselves. I have people who like Grease 2. I know quite a few people who like Grease 2. It's Michelle Pfeiffer.
I think it's trash.
You're trash. No, I'm kidding.
I
just had
think it's trash. It's just like Home Alone 3, fucking trash.
Yeah, Home
Too
Alone 3
bad.
is trash, but Home Alone 2 is good. Like, you can't deny Home Alone 2 is good.
Home Alone 2 was great. Home Alone 1 and 2 is good. Joe, I got Caden. I took Caden to see a show at the movies the other day. And do you know that he was the only one up in the aisle dancing to, like, I forget what movie it was. Demon Hunters or something?
Yeah,
Yeah, my little kid was up in there, and like you think that I was an extrovert, but I'm really an introvert, like bad. And my son is not, okay?
So I just figured out that I can time out mods, and I'm gonna time Kim out. She's gonna get a 30-second timeout. Just teasing. I'm not timing her out, but I can. I could do it. I could do it. Both of yous. That's it. You're lesbian lovers together. I leave this relationship. Nobody loves me. Nobody loves me.
Nobody loves me. Block Amy and Kelly. I'm the host of the show, so hate
say our names on the top
can go jump off the pier at Revere Beach.
No, don't jump.
No,
You can-
Hate knows I'm teasing her, please.
Not
Hate
jump.
knows that I love her more
Tomorrow,
than.
I have to
Oh,
jump.
the Goonies! Yes, the
I
Goonies.
love the Goonies, and I heard they're rebooting it, and I don't want them to because I don't want them to ruin it.
Hold on,
I
guys.
actually was
I
sleeping.
gotta
in,
mute myself. I have work to do. Hold on.
I was sleeping in my Goonies T-shirt last night. It has Sloth and Chunk on it. This is Sloth and Chunk. But I mean, there's so many movies. Was it? Well, yeah, I saw that one too. It was good. I want to watch Gremlins again, though. Who wants to watch? Okay, you can't like all the Scream movies. You said only the originals, Kim. You're not allowed. Only one. Scream 1. That's it. The rest of them you're not allowed to have.
Yeah, other than the first one, fucking trash.
I'm not allowing it. See, me and Amy back together. We just got back together. Now Kim has to earn her way back into the lesbian love affair. She just pushed herself right out. Scream sucks. Wayne's World, party time, excellent. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong one. Oh, we got Hate and Kim fighting now. I don't know if we can do it. Come on, people. There we go.
Not the deadline as the violation or as are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
Judge Everett said, why should I? Which is why.
The only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well,
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial. So that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As
Did
you
he not
stated
get
before,
the
we're
lunch?
not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct.
Nice
A lot of
lunch.
the communication that defense.
What's on our
is
time?
Objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication. All of that remains the same and has remained the same, not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson.
Look at Jimmy. Look at him. He's so cute.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also, last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
I just screenshotted him. All right, if we're waiting 10 minutes, I'm gonna go back to Proctor for 10 minutes. This is fucking ridiculous. Get down.
Conversation details. There's a first message sent, date, and time, and the last message sent, date, and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent, date, and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as the number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And it fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication. What date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to you?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page 2527.
The next one is it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir,
Yeah.
from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.
J-O?
Yes. He took custody of the sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of the sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple of you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. For the record, oh, I apologize. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, it takes a while to bring it back.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Understood completely. For the record, that was played, that portion of Exhibit 4, video from June 10th, 2024, was played until approximately 5 hours, 30 minutes, and 50 seconds. Madam Commissioner, may I have clip 2, please, from Exhibit 4. And for the record, for council's benefit, this begins at the transcript.
He's only 4 hours away. I did tell him I was going to stalk him, but I'll be hiding behind a pillar. But I have kids. Apparently, they have to go to school, and you have to take care of them. I guess I don't know.
And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He
And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what do they say?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained is.
What, if any, response did you provide?
Nope.
I just got trauma. Her voice.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what it means.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Kean paramedic, and I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
yes.
What do they say?
Yeah, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Thank you. For the record, the video clip 2 that was just played was from Exhibit 4, beginning at approximately 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 18 seconds, until approximately 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, fair to say that concluded Michael Proctor's testimony as to allegations A, B, and C with regard to June 10th, his testimony on June 10th, and he did not testify on those subjects again until June 12th.
Correct.
May I please have clip 3 now, Commissioner?
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you can turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is.
Okay. So they're back. I just have to pull up a different one because for some reason Tallahassee Democrat does not want to pull up. It's freezing. I'm gonna try it. Let me see. Oh, it's back now. Let me see where it goes. Oh, please. All right, share this tab instead. Oh, where's Jimmy going? Where's he going? Jimmy just walked out. What were we supposed to do? Our teacher was there.
In DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right. And were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes to retire the witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
Forensic accounting.
Forensic accounting?
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze in detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak up in this hall and we're having problems hearing you?
I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see
Yeah.
if, okay, to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about, first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review States Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magbanaway's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review States Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanaway?
I did.
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Magbanaway employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magbanaway, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at the time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically States 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review States 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review States Exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review States 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review State 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review States 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine Magbanaway from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review States 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Magbanaway's bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all of those records that we just talked about, to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence States 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Just real quick, Judge.
Go ahead. Student the clerk needs you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure. So we're going to have 69.
One moment. What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Could you just give me one more second, please?
No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of states 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about this today so far is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today? This notebook states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed.
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look real quick, Judge.
Go ahead.
No objection, Judge.
States 81 is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witnesses' graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so you mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wasn't any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markel?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account, and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
It was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of...
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
And what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Sigfredo Garcia. Tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, and then the Monte Carlo is on the two-toe Dade account here.
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen.
Yes,
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder.
that's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one. Let's see. From June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes.
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
Yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014 around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. In April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months. In April of 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both worked for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right. For Catherine Magbanois, did she already own a car according to the DHS&B records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was one second.
Here, I might be able to show you something to help move it along.
Sorry.
If you're having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Did you, when you were reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with the car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car in these messages, did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed, the parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, I need a loan, buddy, frowny face?
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right, did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine Magbanois, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, LOL, you'll be fine, I got you. I just texted Sully my CC.
That's correct.
And she says, stop paying for S word. She misspells it on your card.
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are. And it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying, yes, she needs to take it ASAP.
Yes.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card.
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine Magbanwa's words in green.
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine Magbanwa let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine Magbanwa estimates, she says, just put 1630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put 1650?
Yes.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
And then she says it came out to 1620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine Magbanwa got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now? Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance. And she said she would get to it. She has a kid, she would do it later. And then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom. She's paying the insurance now. Just please go this Saturday, smiley face.
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it. I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it. They'll prorate it back to us. Just go Saturday. Don't rush today. And she's saying, I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago. Just chill. You are still the best.
That's correct.
You mentioned the DHSMV records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
Let me see if I can zoom in a little.
January 23rd, 2016. It's on the right-hand side.
Right here.
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus.
2001 Lexus?
Black four-door, that's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanwa for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine Magbanwa to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while, we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured.
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000, but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine McBanois on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids. I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom to, it's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom, he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too.
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones. Y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015?
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages, I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, McBanois mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015, is Catherine McBanwell saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine McBanwell's account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Catherine McBanwell have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McBanwell's accounts to
No.
reach $4,400?
No.
Or even $4,000?
No.
Around that time or before that time?
No.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014, and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was looks like it was July. It was October
of 2014.
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on McBanwell's bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McBanwell may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016, showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right. Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is or was.
Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the the murder and the bump are also showed on as a time frame.
When was her last check from Sophie Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder?
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice?
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie Adelson become the listed manager of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And then in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute?
He was.
And received checks from there?
Yes.
In 2016, in July of 2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
What does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for a kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markell?
That's correct.
And in this text, does she say, baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS. Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at 12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
No prob, short for no problem?
prob.
Okay. And is this a time when his mother is signing authority there?
That's correct.
And he's manager?
Yes.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work as a periodontist?
Yes.
Okay. Would he receive income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them?
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
I want to ask you about this text message. She says she needs to employment to send a DCF for her kids' insurance or if she moves later on. In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
In order to get public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed, but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine McBanois?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Catherine McBanois, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Catherine McBanois?
There was 44 checks.
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
Okay, but in evidence, as we kind of went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things. But 682 is a copy back in front of every check. Here it is, that
Yeah.
Catherine McBanois received from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so in the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number. The second column is a date, the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is a date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Catherine McBanois into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed by?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these examples of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks from McBanois, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes.
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
That's correct.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes.
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time he worked there?
Yes.
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time
That's right.
for all those checks that were written.
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signing authority.
Yes.
Who else had signing authority at Adelson Institute when these 44 checks were written?
There would have been Charlie and Harvey and her.
When you reviewed the phone records in this case, did Donna Adelson manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this account? She helped him with all of his money.
Yes.
Did she kind of run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Catherine McBanois here, looking at the summary?
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that you're assuming that that's the check, that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markell?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did Meg Benoit receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? You have your clicker. I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one. The amount is here.
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here. And then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay. And what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them, let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine Meg Benoit, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days. In other words,
they're roughly around a 2-week period.
Are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2. It's,
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount.
Yes,
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete.
Yes.
And were any of these checks sequential?
They were.
And what does that mean?
That means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks, excuse me.
So
Are these 3 checks sequential here?
they are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were. Since they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2.
Okay, so are these 3 checks
10.
sequential here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Okay, and then are these 6 checks sequential?
that's correct.
And then these first 6 check marks, were these sequential?
They were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks. It's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes.
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
It would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000 and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002. And a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in the summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
For this last column, Catherine McBanwell, known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, they were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October 2014? Was Meg Banwell receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do?
Yes.
During that time. Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
So nothing to reflect time off for going to another country during that time?
No.
No decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct, no decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Catherine McBanwell's employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records, did they come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations, anything like that?
No.
A job description?
No.
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
That's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
This covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
In your time doing forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for 2 years, do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine McBanwell's account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there was 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBook records.
Looking at this graph, is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written. And these would be the dates that Meg Banwell posted them to her account?
That's correct.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
Was the last check deposited into her bank account dated on May 12th, 2016 and posted on May 17th of 2016?
Yes.
If Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016 and the last check to Meg Banwell was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks according to her records after he was arrested on May 25th?
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by McBanois from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes,
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
that's correct.
And that would have been before the bump,
It would.
but after in sequence of McBanois checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing McBanois checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
Looking at McBanois' income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markell?
$13,035.
Looking at 2014, the year that Dan Markell was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the largest or the highest source of income for her that year?
It was.
And is that depicted here by the red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay. And that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
And that was the year that she started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markell's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over 10,000.
Yes.
And a little over 5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr. Obed's dermatology practice.
It was.
Okay. And he was Charlie Adelson's roommate.
That's right. They were good friends.
Okay. So about 81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year.
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash she deposited that year, this is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markell and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year.
Mm-hmm.
How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less?
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account.
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016, had the most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph of the cash.
how much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income the
Yes.
cash was? Thank you. And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015.
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights, and then Dr. Obed, his roommate, was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
You said that 2014 was the year that Magbanua had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have the visual look, the visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markell was murdered?
Yes.
And the second and third highest month, October and July?
That's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute, and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2?
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years?
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of just represents that she was receiving cash when she was not being employed.
Okay, so these bars are the employment chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markell?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
What was the amount of cash deposits in the year before Dan Markell's murder for Catherine Magbanua?
The year before was 15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was 44,963.
So about 3 times as much as the year before?
Yes.
What is this cash spike?
The cash spike was August, 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
All in 1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markell's murder?
She deposited 17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment. There's a break in these bar graphs.
That's correct.
And the next bar graph is her income from Adelson Institute.
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October.
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendy Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense for the purchase by Wendy Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as 371,000.
Did Wendy Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
Oh, she could do that comfortably, for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendy Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the 130 something thousand, let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts that he gave to or offered Catherine Magbanua over the years from 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
And when I say means in their account, is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's records and messages in this case, did the Adelson prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash, and that being preferred? Are these just some of the examples?
Just some of them, yes.
Were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for here is dimensions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take 25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move 25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call, I am home, or text me, whatever is best for you. I love you, honey, Mom."
And he says, no problem.
He says, "No problem."
Okay. So here, do they discuss having large amounts of cash and keeping it in piles in a safe?
Yes.
Were there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
In the rule, you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Hall.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, does the safe appear to be in a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
Did Auntie Deb get kicked out of court? He's not there anymore. I know he was moving out, and then the lady in the back was being talked to at the same time by the bailiffs. So, what's going on? I don't understand. Where's Auntie Deb?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name, that shows that Catherine McBanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes,
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
Just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on a second. Says odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
Oh my, I can't hardly see it from this one. It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee, a 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
There was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just one moment, please.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's travel and periodontis work, or did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is.
Okay. The only other thing I had was on direct, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist, but then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015.
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice. But we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015. Magbanoa still getting checks through the spring of 2016.
That's right.
And then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July. Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled?
I don't plan to, Judge, but if you could just remain under the rule just in case, you can go about our business stuff.
Very well. Please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors need to take a restroom break? The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. We will resume with the next witness at 2:25. If Mrs. Adelson needs to use the restroom, now would be the time.
Hello, hello. Are they on break? I guess. I don't know. I was paying attention to something, but I should be doing. But trying to get Declan picked up because he has to leave. He has to be picked up at 4 because he has Creators Club after school, and my son was here, so I was like, "What time you get off and go pick up your brother?" You know, fun stuff like that, guys. What's going on? Anything good? So I put nails on. And I love them, but holy crap, I forgot they hurt when you put them on after a while because your nails aren't used to them. So I'm like, my fingers hurt. But did it work? Did it work, Rosie? You got your raise? I just got the weirdest notice. And it's 3 days late, so how's it going to help me even if I lived there, which I don't? It's 3 days ago. It just came to my email. It's a volcano notice for Hawaii. Apparently it's shooting lava right now up in the air. But apparently I might end up, if I lived in Hawaii, I'd probably be dead because I did not get it. It says we currently have 3 U.S. volcanoes erupting. Did you guys know that? So, Polly, it's so intertwined. So, yes, it's a murder case, but Donna is supposedly one of the masterminds of paying to have her son-in-law murdered. To do it, but she's being charged with first-degree murder as well as conspiracy and solicitation to commit murder. If that makes sense. Because, in Florida, just because you don't have to do it. I could just pay you. If I pay someone and they do it, then I go to jail for first-degree murder too.
It's murder for hire, like no matter what. It's like even if you were at like the wrong place at the wrong time and you're with somebody, you are also held responsible if you don't spill the beans because you are the company that you keep. And if you're there at a murder, you can also go to jail for accessory after the fact. She's the mastermind of getting him killed. Not by her hands.
I don't feel like this lady is really proving that though. I could totally see this being a mistrial. Can you hello? Where'd you go?
Kung Fu Panda, hold on.
Oh, Kung Fu Panda. Well, not technically money laundering. Yes, she did launder the money literally. She actually washed it in the washing machine. And then they stapled it together in plastic bags and got moldy. Because Charlie decides to staple hundreds together to make 1,000. So that's another thing that kind of tipped people off that was them because Charlie.
This boy is testing my nerves today. Holy moly.
Girl, that was yesterday. I'm not gonna lie.
He tests me, man. He sees how far he can go. Sorry, I didn't mean to kind of what were you saying?
That she says she thought it was a money laundering. I'm like, yeah, like literally, she laundered the money in the washing machine.
Yeah. She literally washed money.
Apparently, she thought that's how you launder money, I guess. I don't know. I just don't feel like this lady, I don't know. This lady, to me, a lot of this, like Brother Counsel said, I feel like this is a lot of pulling more case stuff against Wendy right now than it is about. And I could totally see this case being a mistrial because some people are going to be like, maybe some people are going to be. I mean, I know she did it. We all know she did it, but it's just if a jury takes it seriously like they did the Karen retrial, then I could totally see this being a mistrial.
I feel like this is all towards Wendy. And even though this is Donna's trial, they're setting it up to indict Wendy.
I do too. I honestly don't even think they care about Donna. They could care less. She's an agent. What are they gonna do? Put her in prison for for the rest of her life for 5 years? What justice does that really bring the Markells? but they put Wendy in prison.
I
She got-
believe that Donna deserves to be in prison, but
Oh,
this
yeah.
seems like instead of going after Donna, they're preemptively making it so that Wendy will
don't-
be indicted on this.
I don't feel like Georgia is as intense at this case because like when she was with Charlie, even though like Charlie had no defense whatsoever, like what was he was his own defense, and he sucked at it. But when Charlie was on trial, she would make nasty remarks and like, oh, I'm sure you did, like like just really.
Oh, wait until Donna gets up there. You all know Donna is getting up there for sure.
She can't not.
A hundo. Mm-hmm.
She can't not. She wouldn't know what to do with herself. So I don't think Auntie Deb is in the courtroom. I saw him get up and walk out, but apparently, like when he got up and walked out, like when they first came back for lunch, that the bailiff was coming back to talk to the lady next to him, and I don't know what happened.
I mean, it could be anything. Phone use. Maybe he just didn't want to sit there anymore and listen to the bullshit. Who knows?
Yeah, it was like right during that after that 10-minute break. But I think the person next to him was Patty's Playhouse lady.
Actually, sorry guys, I'm eating because I'm stress eating. But Turtle Boy posted an screenshot or screen recording of something with Carl Steinbeck and Deb. If you want to look for that and play it,
where is it?
It's on X. Aiden just posted it.
Let's see. I put fake nails on and now my fingers hurt.
My nails grow so long. Like my real ones. Crazy.
See, you'll see Deb walk out. This is when he walks out. Watch.
I wonder what happened.
She's not happy.
See how the bailiff goes back to talk.
Somebody's wearing shorts in the courtroom. I'm surprised they let him come in there.
Ooh.
She's not happy.
That would be Deb.
Wait, but who's not happy? The judge?
Somebody's wearing shorts in the courtroom. I'm surprised they let him come in there.
That's crazy. Donna gave her.
He looks like he's talking to the bailiff.
Who?
Deb? Jimmy, yeah.
She's not happy.
Oh, yeah. It's the judge.
Somebody's
who
wearing
asked him to
shorts in the
leave.
courtroom. I'm surprised they let him come in there.
Was it?
Maybe it was Everett that was
She's
like, fuck
not
out of here.
happy.
Yeah, but he's been there all morning. Why would he say something?
Right?
Although, also, I would also, I'd dress up too, you know?
Oh, no, but you're supposed to dress up for court.
That's just me. They're back. I'm just trying to pull them up. But I don't know why it's a big deal if he's been in there all morning. Like, you know what I mean? Woo! Beauty girl, beauty girl. Why is Donna laughing? Donna, there's not a laughing matter right now.
This is not a laughing matter, Donna.
You're a schmurderer. You're schmurderer.
You're a schmurderer. Oh, man.
And we can't even make it. We can't even make it like normal. Like it's weird. It's just weird.
Weird. If you guys see me like being weird and looking at like not the thing, it's because I'm working and I have to look down and look at spreadsheets. So
You are
bear
weird.
with me here. Oh, I
You're
am
les-
weird. Apparently, I'm a cunt liar.
And really,
Yeah, I heard that. Apparently, a creator called me a cunt liar.
really.
Yeah, he can go fuck off. Screen record that, bitches.
I'm trying to read on anti-deb.
Where is Julio Street?
Guys, she's a lesbian. I mean, she's all kinds of things. I'm fake. I talk too much.
Yeah, a big creator called me a cunt liar about my petty stream. Yeah, that's weird. but didn't use my name.
Girl, don't let that shit bother you.
No, I'm just saying it so that everybody knows who they're following. Be careful, kids. And if you were in chat, you know exactly who it was. Hi, Standing Stones, my favorite buddy ever.
Where's Patrick?
Always.
Patrick.
Pat dipped. It's fine. He had to. He plays like I go everywhere type of thing, so he's cool. He's cool.
He's not a bouncy ball.
Right. Oh, honey. Oh, thank you, Wayne. Thanks for your line. I do have those. Yeah, F them. They don't even know me and they're calling me a cunt liar when I'm not. And they're supporting fucking creeps, whatever. It's fine. I don't know them. I don't want to know them. None of them.
Everyone can be seated. State,
Why-
you may call your next.
Why is
witness.
Harvey in a good mood right now? Look at him. He's like, hi, I'm right here.
Maybe he's seeing the same thing we're seeing.
Like, I could totally, I just, is that Mike Bryant right there? Yep. That's Michael Bryant right there. Who just sat
There it
down.
is. Rozzy, text me. Yep. I agree.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give?
Who are you?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
If you're boring,
into the
I'm gonna do
microphone.
that.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa, CLA.
Very pretty.
RIZA.
I just
Spelled
ate myself into an
SPOLTORE.
oblivion, Mark.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes,
Okay, congratulations. Was your name before you got married Labreda?
libretto.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So where do you currently work? Where do you
I
work?
love that, Polly. Thank
I
you.
worked at the Adelson.
Oh, my Calypso. Hi,
And you
baby.
currently work for a dental practice
Calypso,
that took over.
you're the
the
real
Adelson
G, baby. I
business.
love you.
Okay, thank you.
I love you.
long
I
did you
don't
work
chat
at
in
the
chats,
Adelson
but I lurk, and you are the
Over
fucking
40
bomb
years.
diggity. You are an OG and a real one.
And where is the Adelson
Love you.
Institute located?
In
I'm
Tamarack.
never letting you go anywhere.
Nope. She's stuck
Is
with
the
us.
exact address of the Adelson Institute.
So this is an employee of
7737
the Adelson
University
Institute.
Drive in Tamarack.
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the
You
Adelson
are. You're
Institute.
very special.
Going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So worked as his personal assistant. Worked as his assistant.
Yes.
And what about
Rossi,
Donna
cause
Adelson?
in
Did she
trouble.
work there during that time?
Natty,
And what
you're
did she
the
do
real
there?
G2, baby.
She was the office manager.
Natalie is the real one.
Okay. Did
I
she
love that bitch
keep the
right
books,
there.
do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Rossie's causing trouble.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was a
Bobby.
periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And the 40 years that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years.
Yes.
She worked there
Was
for
there
40
also
years.
an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson,
Look at my
Dr.
brain.
Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
Mwah, mwah,
She
mwah.
worked up
Yeah.
front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we had talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
She's always lurking right there.
Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Okay, so one time a month, he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute. And other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your
Alrighty. Just to clear that up
understanding?
real
Who did
quick,
you think was the
because
boss?
Wayne said it. Yes, I just looked it up. DeSantis did, or DeSatan, as you'd like to call him. I like to call him DeSatan. He did sign a law today, but it requires parental consent for corporal punishment in schools. It means they're going to allow it to be administered only after a parent opts in. The law also mandates formal board-approved policies and greater transparency regarding how corporal punishment is used and how parents are notified. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Says while Florida is one of 14 states allowing the practice, the legislation increases parental control and oversight. So just making sure we all were on that page. Only if the parents allow it, Rosie.
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday, yes, and we had one late night.
Was
It
when?
11 to 7
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
That's why you're the real one.
Who had access to the employee records
Love you.
at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there.
Yes,
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
once or twice.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient that once or
No,
one time or two times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
no,
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
by checks
And how often?
every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes,
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
if they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being,
I mean, Adelson and Donna.
okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
Right,
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No,
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
no,
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
yes,
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
yes,
Was Catherine McVanoa the wife part of that team?
no,
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
yes,
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine McVanoa?
yes,
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
yes,
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
yes,
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding.
I know,
I've got to ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes,
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes,
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
yes,
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
yes, she did.
Okay. Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie
Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes,
At this time, Judge, I'm not going to admit States 100. I just wanted to lay that foundation, and we will seek to admit it through another witness later in the trial. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
hello.
I want to direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes,
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up.
yes,
Okay, and you had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine.
correct.
Now, in your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No,
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect to the witness?
Back during that time period, if a patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes,
Okay. And then would the voicemail be able to be checked from there if it's checked by someone in the office? That would be Monday morning.
yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No,
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute.
yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel,
No.
but you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but
Not regularly.
I'm sorry?
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I step down? Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir. She can be released. Thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Catherine McManus.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. I see. Yes. Go ahead. Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate.
Charlie's
you are
coming.
listening
Charlie's
or
coming. You
reading
guys, it's gotta be Charlie. It's gotta be Charlie. Charlie. Let's see Charlie. He's gonna come out in chains, please. Oh my gosh. I want to see if he's gonna roll on his mama.
McManus is going to be.
Oh, it's Miss McManus.
He will need just a second to get situated.
It's Katie.
So.
Oh,
fun.
this is gonna get good. Katie
For how
McManus
long
here.
McManus will take as a witness? Do you believe he will still get the Sergeant Corbett today?
We have until 5:30. I think we can start a little bit today.
Well, we can start a lot of things, but we will not finish him today in all likelihood. All All right.
You are so right, Wayne. They're not even, it's not like I don't feel like they're trying. I feel like they're just trying to get Wendy. They're trying to just get over Donna to get Wendy. They don't care if Donna goes to jail or not. Although I think she needs to go to jail for the Markel family because that family has been put through hell. We're gonna have some chains. Someone's coming out in pretty bracelets. Polly, you need me to go over it for you. I will later. I'll go over all of it again. The girl that's coming up now is Katie McBanawa. She is Donna Adelson's son, Charlie, Wendy's brother, his girlfriend, and she helped hire her baby daddy prior to that to kill Dan Markel. And her baby daddy is the one who actually pulled the trigger. So that is who Katie McBanawa is. They also said that she worked at the dental office, and the lady just now prior stated that she did not. One who worked there for 40 years. Trust me, it's been a cluster soap opera since the beginning, and I can't look away. It's like a train wreck. I can't look away. It only took them 2 weeks after Charlie was convicted for them to arrest Donna because she tried to leave the country. So Calypso, they're not really trying right now. I feel like they're trying to they're just trying to they're using Donna and her case to get to Wendy is what I feel like. Because it's been a lot about Wendy Adelson, a lot of stuff that's come out about Wendy Adelson that wasn't out prior. And I feel like I could see her being found guilty, but I almost feel like it could easily be a mistrial. Because people, they see the old mom, old grandma lady with her sweet little sweater and her little button down and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like I see the main target they want is Wendy. Georgia wants Wendy on a platter. She's like, I'm ready. Because she's gone through Sigfredo, she's gone through Luis, she's gone through Katie McBanawa, she's gone through Charlie, now she's going through Donna. Last one left, if they don't do anything to Harvey, even though he's still considered a co-conspirator, an unindicted co-conspirator, is Wendy. Wendy's the big one. And the fact that she's moving further and further west is probably making her crazy. Guaranteed. I think they're gonna get her. I think Wendy. I think they have a lot more on Wendy than
Into
Wendy.
like a recap.
No. What? What? Who? What? Ames, what did you say? Amy? I don't think she can. Can you hear me? Amy? We've got the tipper tappers going, guys. Yeah, I don't, a lot of people say they don't think she'll be charged, but I do. I really do think that they're going to come out. They're going to get her. I think they have a lot more than they're letting on. And they've just been using her immunity, whatever, to get through the rest of the cases to keep her talking. That's what I think.
You guys can't even hear me. I've been talking.
Because we heard you click, 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 click.
Catherine McBanawa is gonna light this bitch up.
I hope so, because right now I don't feel like the prosecution's doing shit.
They ain't doing shit to him.
They ain't done nothing. Donna, right now I feel like Donna's like, eh.
Can you hear me?
She said she
Can
needed
you
to
hear
read-
me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Why are you screaming? Hold
My ears went out with that one. She's like, "Can you hear me?" I was like, "Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you." I'm so upset that Deb got kicked out. Calypso, I agree. You guys, Liam is home now, if you can't tell by the music in the background. So sorry. I'll mute it most of the time. Liam, turn it down, please. He literally came in the house with Steve and went straight to the couch and like nosedived on the couch, guys. Here she comes. It's Miss McManawa.
You remain safe right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
Do you hear him? As loud as possible. He's back in town.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Jury entering courtroom.
Mr. Barrow, please remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Katie was dating Charlie, who was a dentist brother. She was the brother. He
Please
was
say
the
your name
brother
and
of
spell your
Whitney.
name.
He is also-
Catherine McBanawa.
Yes, I can hear you.
Catherine.
We could hear you before.
I had different earbuds in. I had the wrong earbuds in.
You in
scream,
custody?
"Can you hear me?" I'm like,
Are you
"Yes."
serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Well, I put it on the screen.
Like for what? Crime?
Yes, we can hear
For
you,
murder
Amy.
of
We can
that.
hear
I
you.
had the wrong buttons in. This is Catherine. She looks good. Good for her.
You received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm
and
gonna
in
go
that
because of
trial,
your
did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified, you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
I think that the truth needed to come out and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am. I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am, I
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am. Nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Secretary Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right. So a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car and he basically suggested that, do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And that were those the words you used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I mean, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit.
Mark is cracking me up.
36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence, states 36, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 36 is admitted. You may.
Where was this photograph taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am. I
that
was not.
day? Why would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
So he knew a little bit
problems.
about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way. Yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was
Sigfredo might be next.
in Charlie and Sigfredo, I believe. Prior to that, like a couple hours before that,
I didn't know he
where,
called
like
Harvey.
he saw us leaving, and then he kind of blocked off where I was like reciting. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay. So when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013 or October of 2013,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's-
he didn't know
Okay,
anything about
but
it.
at
yet.
some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie, and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, try to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was,
Okay, maybe he was looking for a Dr. Adelson or something like that?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations. So I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel. And since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay,
turmoil.
so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Charlie, that's amazing.
And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point, I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay, and the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house or we'd have dinner, hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes,
Sustained, did not answer the question, please rephrase.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone. He'd kind of look at me weird and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
Give any information about what was discussed outside of presence.
Overruled, she is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation, so you may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about
Yeah,
this
he would just
harming?
kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of and what his family was going through.
All right. How many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did I think he stepped out and
Yes.
speak to him? A number of times.
More than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
He would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, my mom says whatever?
He didn't. He never specifically said what he spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay. But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something? It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it and that he had worn gloves to close it. And that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay. And when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Okay. And is that, when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
But they both
knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes. Well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home. Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right. And had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took
But
it.
how did he know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told him that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
From my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to town.
I didn't know where he was going. I didn't know about
Okay,
Tallahassee.
but you knew
Have a
it
kiss?
was for this job that we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to kiss you.
And at that point, you
No,
knew it was
I'm going
murder
to
because
kiss
the
you.
envelope had been passed, right?
Thank you.
Yes,
I'm
the
gonna do
envelope
who-
was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that
Thank
time.
you.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, you know, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, you know, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
Yeah, to my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Secreto didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again, because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's
Of
gone
course.
off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time? Like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip.
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am. I
Did
have
you
no
know-
knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
Okay, but you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel.
no, ma'am. Had no knowledge of it.
All right. I want to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C. There's a text message where you are asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll. Basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes.
I believe so, if you can show me.
I will.
Okay.
Was there a reason that you wanted to be at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Okay, but it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
I'll show you this. Publish it. This judge is going to be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so you can see it when I publish it. All right, So take a moment to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm gonna need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not
Okay.
yet. I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so. Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and most or all the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another time at the beach.
Yardbird is the restaurant.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendy was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendy?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's
Is that the
Day.
photo that we've seen, States Exhibit 35, publishing. Is that the second time you met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendy Adelson?
No, ma'am. I
Did
did
you
not.
ever discuss Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job,
Yes, ma'am.
part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me.
This is why I can't be off mute.
That there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
When you get there, how is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay. Was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Originally, was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. What happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth, and he had given me a Xanax, that's why.
This is why I can't put it off mute. You guys hear the music in the background as loud as you can. I'm sure you could hear it in Massachusetts. Amy, are you leaving soon? It's 3:30. Are you leaving?
Okay, guys, taking Kung Fu Panda to get his belt testing. I'll be in chat. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Love you. And anybody want some country music? Because I've heard I've heard Kenny Chesney like 80 times in the background. That's why I can't be off mute.
I fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's why
Did
I
he
was.
take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am. He took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up. I was like, I got to get out of here. And he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Lewis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it, and you observed him removing it, and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the back, grabbed it, and then that's he left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
It was, okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple of days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you ever mention that fact to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him why is the money wet.
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I didn't.
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me.
Go
Told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
That you physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of the what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law
Yes, ma'am.
enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got?
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had
Yes.
purchased from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that, he helped with Mazda repairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money
No, ma'am. I was
other
not.
than contributing to this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, just like Fredo got arrested.
So they got spooked.
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry, one moment. Levi. May I continue?
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelson Institute?
Donna Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
Can't recall.
If we assume 44, how many of them were signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time. Like, space it out.
All right, and did you always follow his directions on the deposits?
Not always. No, ma'am.
Okay, sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right, and did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that, that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Did you feel that or did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name and he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay, so did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay, and so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay, and what the setup was from the law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone And
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he.
Right, but you're not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number.
Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. One of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo. Yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him
No, he
to
did
do
not.
the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am. He did not.
Sustained, please rephrase your questions. Kevin.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money,
Yes, ma'am.
money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax,
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
but you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know who? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone, I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Well, I'm sorry, you hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay. And how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money. So that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you're going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay. So now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo. Unbeknownst to you, apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately, they follow and track down Danny Markel. And when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am, that was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk
Yes, ma'am.
and he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money?
Yeah.
Was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
bag. Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward, now Danny has been killed and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay. All right. So he gets the bag. And at this point, you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am. I did not.
Okay. And then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera's involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet?
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that
Oh,
day.
no, I did not.
Okay. And you didn't touch it the next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay. And a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it
Okay.
in the closet.
And then at some point you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag, you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markell to be killed from Charlie's request to passing that on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You
No,
can't
ma'am.
tell them.
No, ma'am, I never counted it.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so. At the
You
time,
yes. And you deposited some of it into your bank account,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't know how much yours was.
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from
Yes,
Adelson
ma'am.
Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was, Charlie handed me the checks. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
Okay. And you testified that you met Ms. Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, that Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After,
After the homicide.
no, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still,
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
there was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've.
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
May I have just a moment?
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Publishing states 55. Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no line here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie,
I don't object. She wasn't participating in those conversations.
Overruled, I believe the witness earlier testified concerning this very issue. You may continue your examination.
Donna had conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
They step down. Will the witness be recalled? You remain under the subpoena, Ms. McManaman. I believe you stated Sergeant Corbett is going to need to set up before you get started. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break before the next witness. Everyone can be seated. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Sorry, guys. My social worker called, and I was trying to do that at the same time. It's not my fault. But IEP, advocating for your child is not for the weak of heart. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's been crazy. Look who's here.
Hey, kids.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
It
me
was.
now?
Can't hear me. Can't hear me. It was. Is that Zach? Hi, Zach. I'm driving Kung Fu Panda to his.
Look what Zach said, and he cannot say he did not say it.
What did he say?
I love you, dear.
Aww.
He does
We
love
you, Zach.
you. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna screenshot it and save it forever.
Right. It was just like awkward silence, and I'm driving, and like we're late.
No,
I had
I
to
heard
call
it
them.
go silent, but I was on the phone with my advocate.
I figured.
Worker,
That's fine. I decided to come on. I'm late for his bell testing, and I had to talk to his whoever like the Mr. guy is, and I'm like, I'm late. Ah. All the joys of a working mother trying to do everything, juggling. Oh, I need a nanny. Need help.
You have somebody talking to you.
Who's talking to me? Hi, hot bugger. I can't see. I have my glasses on.
That's
I'm
the
Mary.
funny thing that I can't see. I have my glasses on.
Right with my sunglasses because it's like this is crazy. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I think Catherine Banawa is just like fuck it at this point. I think she's just spilling it.
Both hands, fingers out, like
Yeah, for all of them, for every single one of them, because she wants to see her kids someday, but she had the chance to see her kids and didn't take it. Shame on her.
Heck yeah. She is a horrible. I mean, she's like, oh, I finally feel like the truth could come out. Will you wait till after everybody's in jail?
Right. When you had immunity to go be a mother and just be.
Go right now. We'll let you go right now if you flip on everybody.
Dude, she could have been out right now, being a mother, raising her kid, finding another Charlie Adelson that had money. But no, she covered for them all, and now she wants to be Miss. I'm gonna tell it. Come on.
And it's like she thinks that they're gonna do. Oh, I would like to see my kids someday. Well, that's your own damn fault, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it is her fault. That is like all her fault. Dude, can I just say North Attleboro fucking sucks?
I'm sorry.
Every time I listen, I drive through here and it's just always traffic. Always traffic. I'm not gonna be in North Attleboro, but I have to drive through it. Yeah, no, she is a piece of work, this one. But I believe that she's just spilling it all now. Like she's like, what do I have to lose? She's in jail for the rest of her life for something that she didn't even like physically do. Conspiracy, like the McAlberts.
Yeah.
Do I hear Liam? Hi, Liam.
How can you not hear Liam? Mickey Mouse, full blast. The whole freaking neighborhood hears him. Uh-oh. He literally came in, ran from the front door, and nosedived like a dolphin into the couch.
Aw, he was happy to be home.
No, court's not over. It's on a break.
Yeah, I think they go until 5. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
5:30.
All right, guys. Later.
5:30.
How cell phone towers work. We could get through maybe about 30 slides in an hour, and I could let you know when we're at that stopping point if you haven't stopped me already.
Very well.
But anytime you want to stop me to stop for the day, that's fine too. Because I think probably in all it might take 3 to 4 hours.
All right, is everyone good to go?
Yes, sir. Defense and I spoke, and I'll move a summary into evidence with Sergeant Corbett, and I'll say, subject to the court's ruling. And then that way, we can make sure that everything that is in the summary tomorrow, or that goes into evidence, is subject to the court's ruling, as opposed to having to do that this minute. Is that okay?
That's fine.
That is the conversation Ms. Buell and I had, and I agree with that. It makes sense time-wise.
Please bring in the jurors.
All right, jury, enter the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. State, please call your next witness.
State Law Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
What unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general technical training, which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over 1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis. And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been supervisor of that unit?
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in the criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you've given an expert opinion?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions as to his qualifications, Judge.
Defense wish to voir dire the witness. There you are. Is there a challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis? There you are. Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis. You may continue.
So in your position at TPD, you mentioned that part of your everyday duties is going to be pulling cell phone records from cell phone companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records for States Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia, 93, call detail records of Wendy Adelson, 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson, 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records, 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records, and 97, Catherine Magbanoa's call detail records, and finally 98, Dan Markel's call detail records?
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come with a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you States 55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can hear me. Look at States 55. This is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here you see some phone numbers below each person's face and name.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, certified business records.
Any objection? There you are. States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental car.
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrights and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well.
And separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrights?
Yes.
What is a Cellbright?
Well, a Cellbright has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbright, and often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Cellbright report.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move State Exhibit 73, which is going to be, or which is the summary of all of these records that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today, a summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Very well. Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling.
73 is admitted. You may continue.
Okay. Now, did you also create a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so you told us what call detail records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I can. So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions. And that varies a little bit by carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return. But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this event. And oftentimes those may be in other time zones. So we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other section tells us the phone numbers. So obviously we have the target number or the number for which the records were obtained. And then we have the other numbers that that number is communicating with. So here we see, again, the phone numbers being communicated with. If it's voice calls, we see a duration or how long that phone call lasted. And we can tell sort of if these are incoming or outgoing calls based on which phone number is doing the originating or terminating. So from this section of the records, we look at, again, calling patterns, calling frequencies, those things. There's a few other pieces of information there, but the other one that we frequently look at is here, which is the location information. And for these particular records, they provide us both a numerical identifier for the location of that cell site, and they also provide a latitude and longitude. And again, this is the location of the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. This is not a location for the phone, but again, rather the tower that it's communicating with.
And can you quickly kind of explain more about how you determine a location from that information to be able to know what the location is of a cell phone at a certain time?
Sure. So very simply, we'll take the location of the cell site and we will plot that on a map. And in this presentation, we will see several locations for handsets, and they may be represented by a colored dot, as you see here, a blue dot. And so that dot represents a location of the cell site or the cell tower for that example event that we were looking at. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site is itself is sufficient. We know that a handset chooses to communicate with the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. And that's usually the one that it's closest to, although there are numbers of factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a handset might choose to communicate with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides us not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here, and that would be the approximate transition areas around the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around a cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those, here, this particular cell site that was, or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees. And that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west. And you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow so we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay. But you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site, the particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yes. So one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event. And while different companies and different handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records. We can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases. And historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced by this particular cell site and sector. So we include and exclude locations. We do not say exactly where a handset was.
And is your way of saying that, you say whether a certain location is consistent or inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay. And do you sometimes get records with no location data at certain times?
That is correct, yes.
You mentioned Cellbrights. How do you extract data, or how does a Cellbright that you've extracted from a cell phone, how does it look different in the actual Cellbright report versus what we're going to see in your presentation?
So this is, and I'm on slide 11 here, this is an example of a page from a Cellbright forensic analysis report. And so when we're able to select a variety of different information from within the Cellbright report and create smaller reports or sort of export different pieces of data, text messages, call logs. And we can see in the actual forensic report, there is a lot of information that is contained. They try to make it appear like a conversation we're kind of all familiar with the bubbles going back and forth. But there is a lot of information that's contained in there. They are very technical and very detailed reports. So when we represent those in the presentation, to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format, so it's a little easier for us to follow.
Can you walk us through Dan Markel's location on the morning that he was murdered?
Yes. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, we do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Creative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at these same locations that he was at that morning?
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump. And that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markel was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Creative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Creative Preschool at the same time he was. Same for Premier Health and Fitness. And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markel or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
All right, so were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment. want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records. States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records. States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records, and States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. When you received those for all four carriers, did they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 admitted.
Okay, so a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers. But we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this 7. That was a phone number that was present here in Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
And is this Harvey Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20, from Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014. And we see that 786 number I just spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay. So the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. In Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So I'm here on slide 22, and this is an example of a frequency report. And a frequency report is just going back to that analytical software that we talked about. It can tell us, or it can rank the most frequently contacted numbers for any particular target number. So it is able to rank for us in kind of from most to least frequently contacted, all of the unique numbers that Mr. Garcia's phone communicated with. Now, in a frequency report like this, it would include incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages. Unless we go in and limit the things that we're asking for, it would include all sorts of events, even some of those routing events that we saw on Mr. Adelson's records. So we don't really look at this as an exact number. We don't say, and we see here that in Mr. Garcia's frequency report, his most frequently contacted number is a number that ends in 13. See that it assigned a frequency of over 1,600 calls. That may not mean that they actually spoke 1,600 times, but within the records, there are over 1,600 lines or events associated with that particular phone number.
Okay. And looking at this date range, you said the number ending in 1312 was his most frequent contact. Who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Ms. Catherine Magbanua.
Did you run a frequency report for her?
Same. Again, looking at the most frequently appearing number in the records, we see that her second most frequent number, the 9223, obviously the 5986 was Mr. Garcia's number.
Okay. And who did the 954254 belong to?
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
So this is the son of Donna Adelson.
Correct.
And was Donna Adelson one of Charlie Adelson's most frequent contacts?
Yes. Again, using the frequency report just to get an idea of relationships and maybe degrees of relationships, we do see that Miss Donna Adelson's number that ends in 0997 is at that point his fifth most frequent communicated number.
Okay. And this is for this particular date range on the frequency report.
That is correct.
Why do we see such small numbers there?
I'm sorry?
We see very small numbers. Does that mean he just talks to a lot of different numbers? Maybe more numbers than we saw Catherine Magbanua might normally speak to on a daily basis?
Do you mean small numbers on the frequency column?
Frequency, yes, sir.
So the frequency percentage column we see here is obviously the percentage of calls for that particular number versus all the numbers that this particular phone number communicates with. So if you only communicate with very few numbers, then your percentage for each of those numbers is going to be relatively large. Charlie Adelson communicated with a number of unique phone numbers, so the overall percentage is a little lower because again, he had a lot more unique numbers that he communicated with.
Did you do a frequency, or I'm sorry, so who does the 954 Adelson, did you do a frequency report for her?
Correct. And we see here, this is slide 28. We see that the 9223 of Mr. Charlie Adelson for this date range is her most frequently contacted number.
Did any other number appear in the tower dump records you received from the phone carriers, who was a frequent contact of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. As I move on to slide 29, going back to Mr. Garcia's frequency report, and again, comparing the numbers that the subjects of the investigation communicated with versus numbers that were physically present in Tallahassee, either around Premier or around Mr. Markel's residence or Creative Preschool, what we did find was this 305 number that was, again, present in Mr. Garcia's records. One of his more frequently contacted numbers was also physically here in Tallahassee.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Mr. Luis Rivera.
Can we see your next slide of the organizational chart, please? Did anybody in this chart have phone contact with Garcia or Rivera down at the bottom during 2014, other than the 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st, and obviously Catherine McBanois?
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st, 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted McBanois and Charlie Adelson on July 1st of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do. So this is slide 35 now cumulatively, and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. McBanois.
Okay, so if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So this would be the morning after that voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone
That's correct.
by Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. McBanois responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages is, as you said, and so childish.
Yes.
Okay. But whatever.
But whatever.
Okay. All right. Can we go back to our chart? I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markel?
They did, yes.
Okay. I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here, and I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013, moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication, moving up to the murder, and then I'll ask you more about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson and then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're looking at some of these emails, does sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from, is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service. And you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name or change the name that you want to come up when you send email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, and is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end?
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markell a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in the form that it was out of the return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those and made the font bigger. I did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed the color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she says this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email, looking down 2 paragraphs below, does it say Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give context about who sent the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013, is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation point?
Yes.
And says, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word? And then types out a scream.
Yes.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is with I love you, Mom.
Were there also emails that showed Donna Adelson's strong interest in Wendy and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendy?
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendy Adelson is the most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see that the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendy Adelson some ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives of Donna, Harvey, and Charlie?
Yes, she does.
And this is the mother and father's practice she's
Request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right. And what does Donna Adelson say to Wendy Adelson in this email? So this one's from Donna Sue up top.
Correct.
Okay. And what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendy to never, never give up, and that it is time for action, time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markell, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendy Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes.
Okay, does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. I'm sorry, she needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
That's correct.
And she has a strong family behind her.
Yes.
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined.
That's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes.
And that she should take control of him psychologically.
Correct.
After this portion where she wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion, what does she say she plans to do next?
There was a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendy not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes.
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
Yes.
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can skip through to where she's discussing the extreme links. Okay, if we could see the next one. In this email, does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
Yes.
And does she next suggest that a major act of defiance would be putting the boys in SS uniforms?
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth uniforms. Next in this email, does she tell Wendy Adelson to stand up? It's all part of an act and we are willing to help you.
She does, yes.
And this is where she says that it'll put a scare into this jackass.
Yes.
Next, does Donna Adelson say in all capitals that Wendy needs to see the big picture?
She does, yes.
Okay, so you didn't add those were just in there.
That's correct.
And that her life in Tallahassee is not a pretty picture.
Correct.
And then finally in this email, does she give details of the financial offer again, the $1 million email?
Yes.
And does she say that, again, that we are planning, me, her, Charlie, and Harvey, and they want her to help too, Wendy Adelson?
That's correct.
And finally, does she say that they are a team and they cannot do this without her help?
She does.
All right. And then how does this email signed off?
Written with hope and love, Mom and Dad.
All right. Okay. This is the final email I'm going to show you today, or at all in your presentation. October 12th of 2013. So we fast forwarded a couple of months now. Looking at this email, what can you tell us about the email chain here as far as who sent the first email, who sent the second email, and who sent the final email?
So what we see here, again, emphasizing kind of on the content about what's being sent. But if we look at the email chain, we can see originally this is an email from Mr. Markel to Wendy Adelson, where Wendy Adelson has forwarded it to the Donna Harvey Gmail account. And then the Donna Sue has forwarded it to Charlie Adelson.
So in Dan Markel's email sent October 10th, the subject is general principles.
That's correct.
And in that email, does he reference that he wants a right of first refusal, an RFR?
That's correct.
What does that mean in this situation, according to him?
In this situation, if what he wanted was that if Wendy was unavailable to take care of the children, that he be given the first right of refusal before Wendy solicited her parents or anyone else to watch the children.
Okay, and then Wendy forwarded that on to the Donna Harvey at Gmail.
That's correct.
And then did Donna Sue then forward that email on to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And what did Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him?
That Mr. Markel was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
All right, so the date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
Yes.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013?
Yes, a little 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendy Adelson's custody battle?
Yes.
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, "Horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain."
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
And what does he say?
So this is slide 66. As we continue into slide 67 with the rest, she indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendy's house with only one of the children. And Charlie responds, "I bet, let's talk this week."
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendy is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween.
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013. So the day before Halloween of 2013. Here is Donna Adelson. Does Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendy casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendy had not told her.
How does the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendy would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markel has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next? Is he afraid that Dan Markel will hold this against Wendy Adelson? Like basically like, well, now you've purchased a home here.
He would, yes.
And use it as leverage.
Correct.
What's next? And he says he'll try her again, but basically Wendy never gets back to him, basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
So we see, again, this is October 30th. We're on slide 72 now, that Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendy stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He, again, later responds that he must talk to her to please call him. And she responds that she's in court. She can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it seem like eventually they talk?
Yes.
Okay. Can you? Okay, so they're still setting up the time to talk. Everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes, so we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoke to Wendy and it thinks that he had made some headway and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Okay, so the phone call between Wendy and Charlie would have happened before this message to mom or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond? Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendy?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
He asked how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's correct.
Okay, and says, I love you.
He does.
What's next? Does Donna then check back in with Charlie?
Yes, so this is slide 78, again, still October 31st, and Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendy for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes.
And that's at Halloween on 5:19 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay. So she's saying, thank you again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes.
And then does Charlie lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendy to do this?
He does.
Which was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier.
That's correct.
And says Dan would hold it against her and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life.
Correct.
Without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next? He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendy about it.
Yes, and we're on slide 82. Again, this is November 1st of 2013, and he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next? Or what's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendy is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions. And a $500,000 bank account is the same $50K he tried to get his hands on. And Charlie responds, crazy.
Yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is venting to him about this? Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize. I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. This is slide 85. We're on February 15th. That yesterday he sent Wendy a text that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking her.
Okay. And how does Charlie respond to that? Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order? But
Yes.
that's very hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
Correct.
But a judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
Yes.
Okay. Do they continue talking about the divorce here?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system, the judge that's assigned to the case. And Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
Correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday. Nothing stressful.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes. This is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Donna respond to how did it go?
She says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay. And she gives some more detail about what happened in court.
Yes, slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendy, and continues.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct.
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
Correct.
All right. What's after that? They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes.
Okay. What's next?
So February 19th.
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
Yes.
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too. But basically in this email is Donna complaining about Dan Markell coming to the soccer game of the boys and wanting to play with them.
Yes.
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes. A couple of things.
And basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendy time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on
Okay.
slide 98.
Okay, thank you. So on this day, so on March 4th of 2014, was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay. So 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says, great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She needs 5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the
Yes.
private call. Okay, what's
This
next?
is 11:10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendy.
Yes.
All right. And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014.
Correct.
All right. And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett tomorrow morning when the trial resumes. Once again, I'm going to instruct you, as I have before, do not discuss this case with each other or with anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage or seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45, then we will attempt to get started by 9. Have a good evening. Everyone can be seated. Go ahead. Is there anything that we need to address before the examinations continue tomorrow morning?
Judge, just have not had a chance to go through in full what my experts sent me, the changes. That I might want to address it in the morning. I just haven't had a chance to go through it yet.
Have this evening at this point.
Thank you.
Any other matters that we need to address? We'll be in recess. Please report by 8:40 tomorrow, and we'll wait the jurors to decide.
Sorry, Your Honor, you said 8:40?
8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sergeant. Thank you, sir.
Doesn't matter. I didn't agree on.
A few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. For the record, clip 3.
Hello, guys. We are now back to Proctor. Oh, Scotty, we're watching the rest of. We started Proctor during lunch, and then went back to Adelson, and now we're gonna do the Proctor stuff. So you're more than welcome to stay. But we're gonna zoom through Proctor.
NCC. The time is at the office of Barbara on D1.
Good morning, Commissioner. Mark Russell, M-A-R-K, R-U-S-S.
In addition to the previous exhibits that I just was made, was there any documentation provided by either Norfolk County or by the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding that investigation?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did Norfolk County provide any other details about that federal investigation at that time, sir?
None that I'm aware of.
All right. At some point, was it disclosed that Michael Proctor had his personal cell phone and/or disparaging text messages to non-stories of different but related? And did you ultimately attach those notes to your report as Exhibit 8?
Yes, I did.
All right, so could you carefully, and it's a number of pages, but could you go to Exhibit 8, please, sir? You have Exhibit 8 in front of you, sir?
I do.
All right, sir. The Exhibit 8 that's in front of you, these are your notes from reviewing Michael Proctor's live testimony in the Karen Reed, the first Karen Reed trial.
They are.
And they are the same as the Exhibit 8 that's in front of you as part of the respondent set of exhibits.
Yes.
All right, sir. Now I'm jumping around a little bit, but please bear with me. I'd like to ask you about Exhibit 18 to today's proceedings.
sense. Still don't agree to get the job back, but it makes sense.
All right, sir. You've had a chance to take a look at what's before you in print out a copy of Exhibit 18 from today.
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the ultimate report that you authored and submitted in this case as the conclusions of your investigations, the findings and conclusions of your investigations in IAS 2024-014?
It is.
All right. All right, I'd like to ask you now a series of questions about categories of allegations. Do you have a portion of your report that sets out the allegations into separate categories or organized by letter?
I do.
Okay. And would that be categories A through K, allegations A through K?
Yes, they would.
Please turn to big stamp respondent 504. That'd be the 14th page of Exhibit 18. You have 504?
I do. Yes.
Before I ask you about this in detail, sir, is it fair to say that on the beginning of this page, that is respondents 504, and continuing on to the last, the 15th page of your report, respondents 505, you specify here, excuse me, a series of categories of different but related allegations, the A through K.
Correct.
And in fact, those 11 set of allegations, did you personally review and assess each allegation of misconduct and issue a separate recommendation as to each?
I did.
And the separate recommendations that you ultimately issued were either sustained, not sustained, or exonerated based on the evidence that you found it?
Correct.
The allegation you assigned to letter A, sir, that concerns the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about homicide victim to non-law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation A based on your investigation?
Sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter B, sir, that concerned the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about potential witnesses in a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel?
I did, yes.
And what was your ultimate recommendation as to allegation B, sir?
Sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter C, did that concern the claim between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about potential investigative steps and police actions related to a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel?
It did.
What was your what was your recommendation as to allegation C, sir?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter D, did that concern the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and/or disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation D?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter E, sir, did that concern the claim that on February 1st, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior to accept a reward, gift, or gratuity on account of his official services?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation E?
Not sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter F, sir, did that concern the claim that on dates between June 9th, 2022 and August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and disparaging text messages about suspect in homicide investigation to other law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation F?
Sustained.
As to assignment, allegation assigned letter G, sir, did that concern the claim that on August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor looked for nude photographs of a suspect in the homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation G?
Not sustained.
Just a few more, sir. Allegation you assigned letter H, did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor consumed alcohol while on duty?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation H?
Scott,
Sustained.
they were trying to throw everything on him for all.
Allegation assigned letter I, did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor consumed alcohol and then operated his department issued cruiser?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation I?
Sustained.
Allegation assigned letter J, sir, did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor received overtime pay while not engaging in official duties?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation J?
Exonerated.
Finally, sir, the allegation assigned by you, letter K, did that concern the claim that on dates between January 29th, 2022 and August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior that brought himself and the department into disrepute?
I did, yes.
And what was your recommendation as to allegation K?
Sustained.
For the benefit of the commission and the commission may just note for the record that I'll be shortly, in a few moments, referring to clip number 1 from our exhibit number 4. So if I could just notify the commission of that. Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I'm now going to ask you a series of questions about each of the allegations that you assigned those different letters. Is it fair to say that as to allegation categories A, B, and C, Michael Proctor's communications to others took place on several different text message chains that you previously mentioned, one with a group of friends and another with his sister?
Yes.
Right. And it's also fair to say that from your review of the evidence and the messages from Michael Proctor under categories A, B, and C, His testimony about that began, excuse me, my apologies, I'll restart that question. Is it fair to say from your review of the evidence that the messages pertaining to allegation categories A, B, and C, those messages began by Michael Proctor on the day that Officer Ortiz body was discovered, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that his testimony at their retrial as to categories A, B, and C, chronologically speaking, his testimony began on June 10th, 2024, under direct examination from the prosecutor?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the video. Madam Commissioner, may we have clip number 1, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, I'll advise everyone, please, do not speak while the video is being shared.
Madam Commissioner, can you pause, please? Just for the record, I wanted to note, for the record, this clip begins as part of Respondent's Exhibit.
Holly, did you say AJ was there?
For the video from June 10th, 2024, at approximately 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds into that video.
Can you please repeat the time again?
Yes, my apologies, Madam Commissioner. 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds approximately is the beginning of this particular clip. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, before I ask the clip to be played, excuse me, is it fair to say that this is the start of his testimony regarding the text message chain with friends, in which he reveals the identity and other details of the reported homicide victim, Officer John O'Keefe?
Yes, I believe so.
With the Commission's permission, I'd ask now to please play this beginning, again, at the timestamp I previously referenced. For counsel's reference, the corresponding transcript pages begin Exhibit 5, Respondents, page 95.
So I'll just play this clip from the beginning.
Yes, please, thank you.
Correct time.
Thank you.
Right from you, Megan. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize this to be?
it's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, you're aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone.
Yes,
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The 3 that are under kind of nicknames everybody's have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how you know them, how long have you known them, who are?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference,
Thank you.
It's just starting clips, so right now they're about to start playing the videos.
indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm comfortable proceeding.
No, nothing was decided today.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page. I'll direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I direct your attention to what first page of this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. Sorry, may I go?
Yes.
Do you
Yep.
know what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
I can't wait.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time, and the last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as the number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
The fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to, in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to?
I need to brandish again more often.
And I need to know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there becomes more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page 2527.
The next one is it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
A nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response about that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what did that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. For the record,
Sorry, it takes a while to bring it up.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Understood completely. For the record, that was played, that portion of Exhibit 4, video from June 10th, 2024, was played until approximately 5 hours, 30 minutes, and 50 seconds. Madam Commissioner, may I have exhibit, clip 2, please, from Exhibit 4. For the record, or for council's benefit, this begins a transcript for Exhibit 5, base stamp, respondents 1 and 3.
Again, Council, while I'm playing this, if you're speaking, it's gonna get picked up on the recording. If you're speaking to the recording. Okay, so you don't want it. It will be recorded.
Okay, top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what do they say?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself. I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He,
So I'm at the beginning of it, I don't see it sharing on the screen. Sorry about that.
Okay, top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what do they say?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was pinned out.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained is.
What, if any, response did you provide?
Nope.
Objection to the former question and answer. I'm striking.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what it means.
From the start of the first test, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to the Can paramedic, that I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
yes.
What are they say?
Fearless focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Thank you. For the record, the video clip 2 that was just played was from Exhibit 4, beginning at approximately 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 18 seconds, until approximately 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, fair to say that concluded Michael Proctor's testimony as to allegations A, B, and C with regard to June 10th, his testimony on June 10th, and he did not testify on those subjects again until June 12th.
Correct.
May I please have clip 3 now, Commissioner?
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Duck, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you can turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, you have that page in front of you.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it was 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. For the record, clip 3 begins from our Exhibit 6, the video from June 12th of 2024, at about 0 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds. And for the record, that was paused at approximately 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this particular clip. Madam Clerk, or excuse me, I apologize, Madam Commissioner, I apologize. Could you please, and my timestamps are based on the full exhibit, so I'll have to approximate. Would it be possible to add from 2 minutes and 33 seconds, would it be possible to add just under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 53 seconds, so if we could go forward to 12 minutes and 26 seconds, if I'm doing my math correctly?
Mr. Green or somebody goes out to participate. Is it 12 minutes to?
We have 4 minutes, yeah. Yep. 8. 9, 10. That's 9. That's 10. It's about 11.
No, I'll speak. Okay. I was, yeah, so I'm sorry, what number is that?
11 and a half.
11 and a half, okay.
12 minutes would
That's perfect.
close enough. Thank you, Commissioner.
Correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes,
Who's Bear?
that's the another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
But you need to have to pay more, Mr. Carney?
No, ma'am.
All right, please resume your question.
Thank you. For the record, what was played, as I mentioned before, it began at approximately 0 hours, 38 minutes, 20 seconds. It was played for approximately 2.5 minutes, then skipped ahead just under 10 minutes and played to the end of that particular clip, which would have been at about 0 hours, 55 minutes, and 12 seconds from our exhibit 6. All right, sir. You just saw the 3 clips that were played, is that correct?
Yes.
The first 2 being Mike Proctor's sworn testimony under direct examination from prosecutor Adam Lally, and the third under cross-examination by defense attorney Alan Jackson.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that as to allegation categories A, B, and C, Michael Proctor's communications with other individuals on those text message chains continued with a series of messages he exchanged with his sister? Is that correct, sir?
It is.
Let me just have one moment, please. Yes, if we could have clip 4, please, Madam Commissioner.
So you documents that you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I asked you about the prior packet, as far as the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent, date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
At 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similar to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page of this packet, do you see that from December 10th, 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes,
And what does that indicate?
the text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of my mother had a stomach bug.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney.
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jim McCabe. said she knows you,
And it knows you, who are you referring to?
my sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded you. It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, you still working, question mark. I said, yep, gonna be out for a while, homicide.
As far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time, on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who's talking, what content is.
My sister starts off, the can thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, and at the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
Thank you. For the record, that was clip 4, extracted from Exhibit 4, the video from June 10th of 2024, beginning at 6 hours, 5 minutes and 48 seconds approximately, and played till approximately 6 hours, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, did Michael Proctor's testimony about the messages he sent with his sister relevant to allegations A, B, and C, did that testimony continue under cross-examination on June 12th, 2024?
It did.
May I have clip 5, please, Madam Commissioner? And for the commission and council.
We've established that you're very close with your sister Courtney, correct?
Apologies. Just for reference, I'll be asking the commission to pause the video. There's a break in testimony so that we can skip ahead. I'll be asking for this particular clip, the commission to pause the video at 3 minutes and 57 seconds, and then skipping ahead approximately 2.5 minutes.
So please read, I'm sorry, want me to play it to 3 minutes?
And 57 seconds,
And then advance it to,
and advancing it 2 minutes and 29 seconds, approximately 2.5 minutes.
I know, to what?
To about 6
minutes.
20 seconds.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the version.
We've established that you're very close with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Don't know the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was.
Yes.
The nature of the case. That it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the Caves too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668?
Correct. I have my page number correct. You're on the right page. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote of course not. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
At the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believe that it was suspicious that it may involve the Albans, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or could break your career, right?
Objection.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted, this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend, got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just that part.
Interview, why are you going to interview him?
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you?
Yes, please, thank you.
We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny. Well,
Too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar, I gotta go interview them?
Objection.
Allow that, is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy, these were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Bob, correct?
Correct.
And Courtney-
Thank you. For the record, that was, again, Respondents Exhibit 6. the video
Hey, kids.
from 12
Hi, Scout McGinnis.
Playback began at approximately 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 43 seconds.
Hey, baby.
So approximately
Can you take over for a little bit?
54 minutes.
What's that?
40 seconds.
Can you take over for a little bit?
And then it skipped ahead to approximately
Got you.
1 hour,
All right.
57 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'll keep myself on mute, but I'm.
Of that particular clip, 1 hour,
I got you, babe.
57 minutes, and 51 seconds. All right, Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I want to move on to the allegation that you assigned letter D for the commission's benefit. Again, that was the allegation you categorized as D was that Trooper Proctor allegedly sent derogatory, defamatory, disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation. Is that true?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that as to allegation category D, sir, Michael Proctor's communications were also on multiple text message chains, one with the same large group of friends, another with his sister, and a third with his spouse?
Yes.
Was Trooper Michael Proctor's testimony on this subject, chronologically speaking, again, first addressed at that trial under direct examination from the prosecutor?
Yes.
And then also fair to say, this next clip will pick back up at a point we paused earlier, where Trooper Proctor was describing the text message chain with multiple friends, some in state, some out of state, and conversation turns to misreading her appearance.
Correct.
Madam Commissioner, may I have clip 6, please? There's no seconds. Counsel's reference.
Second response, same number. Chief Hardley.
Apologies. For counsel's reference, this is a transcript, Exhibit 5, Respondents Exhibit 5, beginning on page, approximately page 108.
The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turn your attention to the next page, 2538. At the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Yeah, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
So don't spell it, you have to, so
Keep
these are your
whack
words,
job,
Superintendent?
cunt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though, no ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text them?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talk about Mr. Homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? The prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Ms. Reed being escorted out of the state police Milton Barracks.
See, Scott McGinnis knows. Scott McGinnis knows all the things. That's why we're
Yes.
having him as a guest.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543.
Scott, you want a link to come up, baby?
And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. The number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky poo knot, leaks poo.
How classy.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Hey,
Again,
can you hear me?
To Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
But you said it, you
As far
fucking
as
prick.
Attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages. What any impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding?
These juvenile unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
He's the man.
Thank you, ma'am. For the record, the last clip 6, just played, was from Respondents Exhibit 4, a video from June 10th, 2024, beginning at approximately 6 hours, 0 minutes, and 15 seconds, and played until approximately 6 hours, 4 minutes, and 22 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, is it fair to say that that concluded Mike Proctor's testimony as to allegation D, demeaning Ms. Reed to his friends for June 10th, and he did not testify on that subject again until June 12th?
Correct.
Just before I ask for clip 7, I'm just going to note the next clip, clip 7, will come from June 12th. And for counsel and the commission's benefit, the transcript, Exhibit 7, respondents 199, beginning approximately line 11. If I could have clip 7, it's going to be the commission, please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all
Who's the whack
accounts,
job cunt?
He didn't do a thing wrong. she's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes,
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Mr. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
that's-
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named
There
Albert,
she
who
is.
happened
Hi,
to be a
baby.
homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators that interviewed, Ms. Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes,
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
yes.
He sure did. Sure did.
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark?
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accident though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Ms. Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You're talking about her, the way she talks.
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body. What does he?
Imagine being his wife.
Yes.
How
That's appropriate.
embarrassing.
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy.
Because I say it.
Correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dry, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask the difference.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She's going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean?
Yeah, I do. I'm Amy Boston on Facebook, but you can
After
click
the
on that link in the
investigation,
chat,
multiple
baby.
troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office who went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Ms. Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said zero chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I'm going to make sure, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. You there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Ms. Reed.
And you write, E-H, right?
Yes,
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
correct.
Who's Chief?
Do we have a Scott McGinnis? Scott.
And then you write what?
Hello.
Kelly,
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Kelly, can you pause for a minute or pause it?
I can pause it for Scott.
Thank you.
Scott.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott.
Scott
Hi, ladies.
Hi.
Yeah, I watched this whole hearing today, and it was kind of aggravating.
Right. So give us
Well,
your thoughts.
because this is basically Proctor on the hot seat. They're showing all the videos from his testimony at trial, and also some of the Matt Gutman interview from ABC. So Proctor's on the ropes in this portion, but later on in the afternoon, Proctor's attorney took over and started grilling the internal affairs guy from the Mass State Police as to when exactly was the investigation begun upon my client, Michael Proctor. Is it true the only reason you guys went after Proctor is because of the media and all the news and the coverage of the Karen Reed trials? So oddly, Proctor's attorney actually has a good point, because Proctor was not being investigated by Mass State Police Internal Affairs until the feds had to dump the federal TUI into Karen Reed Trial 1.
Amen.
So, and then when they got Proctor on the stand in Trial 1, and Alan Jackson tears Proctor apart about his texts and everything else, that was not public. That was not public information. So then the state had to panic and say, "Oh, geez, we have this trooper looking like an asshole. Now we have to investigate him." So they put him on. They transferred him out of DA Meatball Morrissey's office and sent him to the South Boston State Police Barracks.
Where the state troopers go to die, they patrol pick
Isn't that where Bukowski is right now?
Well, you have to understand that these DA's offices have their own in-house state police detective groups. So if you're a state trooper in Massachusetts, you're either out on the road out of any barracks in the state and you're just pulling over cars or whatever. If you want to be on the top of the game in the Mass State Police, you have to know a DA and get into a DA's office, and then you become a detective trooper, detective sergeant trooper, detective lieutenant trooper. So you're in an elite hand-picked squad if you work in one of these DA offices as a state police detective. So the first thing they did that.
Scott?
Well, the first thing they did to Proctor was
very rare. I heard that only happens in Massachusetts, where each county has their own special state troopers for the DA's office. Is that true?
I mean, I've talked to law enforcement from other states, and they do say that the Massachusetts setup is very unique, where you have these state police detective groups that are literally in the same office as the DA. Normally they're separated.
Like in Florida, they have investigators in the DA's office, but they're not like detectives.
Right.
Detectives that do the murders, things like that. They're all from the police departments or the sheriff's departments.
Well, the problem with the DAs in Massachusetts, they're elected politicians, right? So say you're a DA, Michael Morrissey. He was first a state rep in 1977 in Massachusetts. Then he became a state senator. And then in the last 17, 18 years, he became elected Norfolk County DA. So you're elected to DA in Norfolk County, and then you get to man your office with your state police detective group.
Right.
So what these elected DAs do is they pull all their political strings and they get troopers onto their detective unit that they know that they're doing favors. So if you look at Proctor, Tully, Buchanan, Fanning,
Fucking crazy. It's crazy.
The only reason they work for DA Meatball Morrissey's detective group is because they knew Morrissey, or they had connections with Morrissey, or they donate to Morrissey's campaign.
They're not there anymore.
How
But if you
about
talk,
that trooper
but if you
that we
call the state
saw?
police, if you call the state police and say, "Hey, is it true? I heard that these DAs get to handpick the state police trooper detectives, and they'll still have plausible deniability." They'll say, "No, we don't pick who they are. Massachusetts State Police sends us their best." But it's not how it really
Bullshit.
works.
No, it's someone you know. Look at that trooper that that was in trial 2 that we didn't see in trial 1, right? And you can tell that he knew somebody to get into the Norfolk DA's office, and he was trying to like get his way out of it because he didn't want to lose his position. But he knew somebody, and we didn't know him from fucking.
Well, I mean,
trial 1.
look at Fanning. He used to be on Stoughton PD when that whole Sandra Birchmore thing was going on. And then you know what happens is
That's right.
somebody like Morrissey that's been in office since the 70s, and he has such
Right.
political power. If you're buddy with somebody like Morrissey and you're a Stoughton cop like Fanning was, Morrissey on the hush hush will go to somebody like Fanning and say, "Look, hey, get into the state police, and once you're on the state police, I'll get you over here in my DA's office as a detective."
Right.
I mean, that's how far back some of these connections go. And when you look at somebody like Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, Fanning, the only reason they're working in Morrissey's office is because of the connections they had to him. They're not randomly divvied out to these DA's offices in Massachusetts. You know how you could really screw up these DAs? You take their whole state police detective group and just do musical chairs, like move all the guys from Norfolk to Worcester, and then move all of Joe Early's DA state police detectives and put them in Morrissey's office and just move them all around the state. And these DAs would panic because then they don't have their in-house bought and paid for goon squads. They would be getting neutral guys.
I've always kind of compared it to like the Catholic Church, how like when there was a problem in one parish, they would just move this problem to another parish, and it would just be like a game of like move around, right? Am I lying?
Well, other than Proctor getting fired, okay.
The rest
What happened to Buchanan? They pulled him out of DA Morrissey's office. He got slapped. They sent him to the Framingham State Police headquarters. Put him on the rubber gun squad. Hey, make some paperclip chains and
I love that.
Fill out paperwork until we decide to send you to the Stockbridge, Massachusetts State Police barracks or whatever. But he's not fired.
Right.
He still has a job.
Right.
Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully, they pulled him out of DA Morrissey's office, but he's still a lieutenant detective out of Central. So he hasn't really been punished either.
He hasn't been even slapped on the wrist.
Proctor is their fall guy. Proctor is taking the beating for all of it. And don't get me wrong, what Proctor did in his texts and everything, it's all gross and horrible. But they make us all just look at Proctor and say, "Oh, good, they got rid of the one rotten apple out of the barrel." And I'm saying Proctor is the least of the problems.
He was the fall guy.
You people think that Proctor is the only issue? It's not.
I think Tully and Fanning are way more of a problem than Proctor is. The thing is like, okay, so let's all agree that like if we ever got our phone celebrated and like extracted and stuff, we would be horrified by the things that come out of the things we say about people, right? Also we aren't the state police, and we aren't talking about fucking cases on our phones, right? Like we aren't doing that. So,
Well, but that was the interesting part of what Proctor's attorney did in the second half of the hearing today. Is he's talking to the internal affairs guy from the state police, and he's asking him, so when exactly did you start your investigation on my client, Michael Proctor? Isn't it true the only reason that you internal affairs people even looked at Proctor is when all his texts came out in Karen Reed trial 1? So when the FBI and the feds and the U.S. attorney saw that DA Morrissey was going to go ahead and still try to convict Karen Reed, the feds had an obligation under TUI rules to download all their exculpatory evidence.
Yep.
And the U.S. attorney wrote a letter to Morrissey saying, "Look, we in good conscience can't let you go forward in this prosecution of Karen Reed, and we are obligated by the rule of law to hand over a portion of our investigation that will clearly show that Karen Reed is being framed, and you idiots like Morrissey should drop this." And he didn't.
No.
So
Actually, this is like,
so you fast forward to trial 1, and now Michael Proctor's on the stand, and Alan Jackson has the FBI TUI report and all of FBI procured texts of Proctor. And that then it comes out in public because I mean, a lot more people watch trial 2 than trial 1, but still. So Proctor's getting grilled on the stand by Alan Jackson about all the texts that were procured by the FBI, not by Mass State Police Internal Affairs. So what Proctor's attorney was doing today was saying, hey, the only reason you went after former Trooper Proctor here, my client, is because of all the media blitz, from Karen Reed trial 1 and the fact that this all came out to the public. But prior to that, Michael Proctor was good, right? You guys weren't investigating him.
right.
So Michael Proctor's attorney is actually pointing out the fact that the only reason the Mass State Police had to fire Proctor is because of the FBI investigation, not because of an investigation that was begun by the Mass State Police Internal Affairs Unit. It was all damage. It was all damage control.
It ended up being that though, because of his.
But they had to,
behavior.
because we were all watching Karen Reed trial 1, and we see all this information coming out, which was procured by the feds. The state police can't hide it. Attorney General Andrea Campbell can't hide it. Mass Governor Maura Healey can't hide it. Now they're like, ruh-roh. We have to at least, fire Proctor to start covering up this mess.
Right. So I have a question for you. What do you think about them? Like, I think I can never remember her name. The one who represented Sean Ellis, Scarpicchio. Thank you. Yeah.
Scarpicchio.
So them, Walsh, all of them trying to preserve all of the information. What do you think about that?
Right.
Do you think that that's justified?
The problem.
And the AG trying to block it? What?
No, the problem is when the feds released the TUI prior to Karen Reed trial 1, which included all of Proctor's texts that were procured by the FBI, all the information about the FBI chasing Brian Albert and Brian Higgins to the Naval Air Station base when they destroyed their phones.
Right.
The problem is the U.S. attorney had to hand over, 3,100 pages of TUI before Karen Reed trial 1. It was basically a game of chicken. The U.S. attorney is telling DA Michael Morrissey, look, we're investigating you assholes, and you should drop this. And we have to, by law, provide the exculpatory evidence to the defendant. And Morrissey is like writing letters saying, oh, the feds are after me. The feds are corrupt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So when Michael Proctor's text string, even who was it? Matt McCabe, his text string
Yeah.
came out.
Yep.
All the butt dials between, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, all that stuff
Right.
came from the FBI.
Mhm.
So then
Of
when
course it
Proctor got
did.
exposed on the stand, now you're the head of the Mass State Police, you're the Mass Attorney General, you're the Massachusetts governor. You're like, your
Right.
phone's ringing off the hook. Like, hey, all the federal investigation came out in Karen Reed trial 1. What do we do about this Proctor dude?
Right.
So then, right
Right.
after he testified, he got pulled out of DA Meatball Morrissey's office pending investigation. They sent him to the South Boston State Police Barracks. And then
Yep.
over time, they suspended him. And then over
Right.
time, he had his termination hearings at Framingham headquarters, but they slow walked the whole thing.
Right.
And now they're trying to just blame it all on Proctor.
Well, because
But
he's the fucking
Proctor
patsy.
was like the lowest level player in the office.
Right. He's just the douchebag. He's just
No,
the
when Proctor's writing those stupid texts to like Buchanan or Tully, he's looking for an attaboy. He's puppy dogging his bosses.
Who
It's
do
like,
you
hey,
think is the
I'm just as corrupt as you are. We're gonna frame this Karen Reed woman. She has a balloon knot. Ha ha ha. And
Right.
he's looking
Who do
for
you-
adulation. He's looking for attaboys from his higher up corruptoids. He's
Right.
like, I don't even think when he drives to Dayton to tow Karen Reed's car from her parents' house and brings
Right.
it all the way back to Canton PD just so it's close by the crime scene so they can harvest taillight.
Who do you think is like the okay.
Proctor's not even there. He's not even. You're talking about now deceased Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz. You're talking
Right.
about Tully, all these other people that were involved. It was all damage control from the get-go. It's like, oh, if we're gonna frame Karen Reed for this, we have to make sure we harvest some taillight and get it over to the yard.
Right.
Meanwhile,
Can I ask
they're
you a
delaying the
question?
state police search. The whole thing was a setup from the get-go, but to
Let
blame
me
it all
ask
on
you.
Proctor is like
Let
not
me
seeing the
ask
big
you.
picture.
If right, so let's talk about the big picture. If Proctor is just the patsy and he's the fall guy, right? Which he was completely complicit in all of this. Who do you think was like the higher ups? Like, what is your theory on what happened in the higher ups? Like, was it Tully? Was it Berkowitz? Was it Higgins?
Well,
Was it Brian?
we never got Brian Higgins' full phone. We never got Brian Albert's full phone.
Right.
I think when Brian Higgins is going to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning to move vehicles, there's calls between him and Brian Albert happening. The game was afoot all night long. You know what I mean? Like by the time Canton police ever show up to the house at 6 in the morning, the fix was already in.
Yeah.
All the calls were made, all the connections were connected. We're just gonna pretend that there's no crime scene here. Don't put up crime scene tape. We're gonna say he was hit by a plow or whatever crazy story they had to begin with. It was later on in the morning when they
I think
got.
that's what they were going to do. They'll be lucky.
Hey, real quick, I want to say I love you guys both. I've been on here for 9.5 hours, so I'm gonna have to dip out and help my husband. So
Yeah,
I love
All right,
you.
I'll see ya.
Do shit. Bye.
All right, bye guys.
Bye.
All right. So I mean, now we fast forward
here.
to this is Proctor trying to get his job back via the Civil Service Commission hearing. He's basically been fired, dishonorably discharged. I mean, this is a Hail Mary that he ever gets his job back.
He will
But I
never
mean,
get his job back. Never.
But it's also funny to watch this hearing going on because there's a huge elephant in the room. Like the FBI investigated DA Morrissey's state police detective group, and the only reason that Proctor got fired is because of the FBI procured texts, which had
Right.
nothing to do with Mass State Police internal affairs investigating Proctor.
Right.
So Proctor's attorney actually has an interesting point. Like, hey, if this didn't come out in the Karen Reed trial 1, Proctor was cool, right? Like, he was never going to get
I
fired.
mean, he was never going to get fired ever. But the thing is, too, is I will give the Mass State Police props for at least doing their job. And like they did take the public's interest into consideration and say, okay, we are going to investigate this and he's a piece of shit and he deserves to be fired. But the thing is, they all deserve to be fired.
But
They
that's
all,
only because
Tully.
But they only fired Proctor because they had to, because the FBI investigation got exposed in
Right.
Karen Reed trial 1. If that never happened to Amy, Proctor would have been fine. He would have been still going to Meatball's office today.
Can I ask you a question?
Everything would have been fine.
Why didn't Tully and Bukkake and all of them get investigated as well and treated the same way? I want your opinion.
Why did the feds walk away?
Why did the feds walk away?
I think
Why did the feds walk away? Why are the feds
No.
trying to block other people from fucking trying to get his text messages for other cases?
No, I think what happened was in Norfolk County, what came first, Sandra Birchmore or John O'Keefe or other cases that were going on in Norfolk County, especially DA Michael Morrissey's state police detective group? Something alerted the feds. I mean, Sandra Birchmore happened a year earlier. So you know, one of my thoughts or theories,
Yeah.
the FBI was already in town investigating the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Meanwhile, down at 34 Fairview, they're staging Boston police officer on the lawn, and the feds were already in town. And the feds are like, "Are you kidding me? Really?
You fucking shit me right now?" Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, okay. I want to get it. So let's pivot a little bit. So I heard from a little birdie, pretty credible source, that Farwell is singing like a fucking canary in the federal prison.
I don't know. Everybody's saying that.
Everyone's
don't
saying
know.
that. Okay.
Well,
so
because I mean, they
I would
arrested
just like to
Farwell
say-
a year ago, and he
Yeah.
has yet to physically appear at U.S. District in Boston. They keep delaying it.
So you being a court martial, what does that tell you? Like you being what you've done your whole life, what does that tell you? What does your intuition say?
Well, I mean, I don't know an awful lot about the federal court system. I used to bring state prisoners to their federal cases, transfer state inmates to federal. But I've sat through a million state trials, but not federal. Some, but I'm not totally up on the whole federal system. There was some expert on one of these shows saying that it was very unusual that Matthew Farwell has not appeared in front of the court, because it might even been like Mark Bettero or somebody
It's
saying
fucking
that
weird.
usually the feds move quicker on these cases. But I mean, if the investigation of the DA Morrissey's office is not technically over, a lot of stuff's going to come out in the Matthew Farwell trial to show the shenanigans that were going on in DA Michael Morrissey's office, i.e.,
do you ever think that Michael Morrissey would ever face jail time?
well, I mean, I'd love to see him cuffed up and sent away, but I
would
mean,
love to
that's
see
a
his
pipe
fucking
chain.
perp walk. Yeah, I know, right? I would
But
love
I
to see
mean,
that
if you
perp
look at
walk.
the Matthew Farwell case, where they had obvious video that he was the last one to go into her apartment, he leaves suspiciously, 30 minutes later, and then, if Matthew Farwell wasn't a Stoughton cop, he would have been arrested within 24 hours as the prime suspect.
Are you fucking shitting me? He would have been
But
fucking
instead,
hemmed up
you know,
immediately.
Carino can't find 32,000 text messages, and oh yeah, you know, she hung herself prison style off a closet doorknob. No, that's not what
Someone
happened.
just Shari D just mentioned Craig Casey. Craig Casey was my friend. And I didn't know him, like he wasn't like a best friend, but I knew him socially. And that whole case is fucked. Okay. That whole case
Yeah.
is fucked. And Helena should be in jail for the fucking shit that she said. Like, Craig Casey was a lot of things, but he was someone's son. He was someone's friend. He was someone's everything. Right. So he deserved better. And I knew him personally for many years. And his case is so fucked up and has never been really investigated. And I think that the feds, while they're investigating Karen Reed and they're investigating Sandra Birchmore, should look into Craig Casey. He's a man of many things, but he deserves justice. There is no reason why that case went down the way it did.
Well, I mean, the pessimists, and including myself, I look at the feds when they investigate local and state authorities for corruption.
Yeah.
They'll spend like 3 years investigating these troopers that was selling CDL licenses to get their driveway paved and to get a
right, and
snowblower.
snowblowers. Fucking
But
snowblowers, Scott. Snowblowers.
If they're investigating Norfolk County and we have the cover up of the murder of Sandra Birchmore, we have a Boston police officer murdered at another Boston police officer's house, and then they look at the totality of everybody involved. I think the feds are like, holy crap, we have to arrest all these people.
Right.
We'll just arrest Matthew Farwell and walk away.
But like, why? Why is that okay? Do you know
Because
what I'm saying?
the feds aren't going to lay down indictments or start arresting people unless they have a rock solid case.
Yeah.
I mean, if you truly believe that Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up, committed by former Stoughton cop Matthew Farwell, if you truly believe that, Officer John O'Keefe was murdered in and around Officer Brian Albert's house and it was covered up,
right?
If the feds were really going to come in and do a sweeping dragnet, you're talking about arresting 2/3 of Michael Morrissey's state police detective group, local police, charging the DA. And I think sometimes the feds look at the totality of the situation and they say, this is too big.
Right.
And
Yeah.
they cut the line.
There is a line, Scott, but like, why do some people deserve justice and some people don't? Is it because Craig Casey had a past of drug use? Is it because Sandra Birchmore was kind of like a nomad? And I mean, granted, they're helping her, but like at first, like they were like, oh, she's just like a girl with mental issues, right? So it's like, is it only because of status that people get help? Like Karen Reed was affluent. She had affluent parents. She reached out to Turtle Boy. Like, why do you think that is?
Karen Reed got lucky. I mean, Turtle Boy took up her case like a year after it began.
Right.
I don't think Karen Reed never contacted Turtle Boy like, hey, help me.
In 2 days. It is.
It was incidental that Turtle Boy took on her case. I mean, the state was out to get Karen Reed with the full power of everything they have. Michael Morrissey, one of the most powerful politicians in Massachusetts since the 70s.
Right. Since the 70s. There is literally a fucking boulevard in Dorchester named after him. It's Morrison Boulevard. Like, there is literally, he has been in power forever. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, for you to say like Karen Reed only got justice because of her influence or money. I don't think that's true. I think the Karen Reed case just brought to the forefront the corruption that was going on, and she got lucky. Turtle Boy took her case.
She did.
She got some of the best attorneys in the country, working pro bono for her. She's she got the public behind her. Where there's other cases like you're talking about where the person is not going to have that kind of public support or
And that's a fucking
independent
shame.
media.
That's a shame.
Well, that's what you have
Because-
to trust. You have to trust that your district attorney and your local and state police are following their oaths and doing everything by the book.
Right.
So
But we can't
when we
hear-
elect a DA and they swear themselves in, or we send a young man or woman through the state police academy and they're getting sworn in at graduation, they swear an oath
Right.
to the Constitution to do the right thing and not end up being corrupt, just like our politicians or our district attorneys. But that's not the
Absolutely.
reality of the situation. That's not how it ends up
The
being.
thing is that like in my heart, I believe in good police. I believe that there are people out there that want to do the right thing. But there are people like Michael Proctor, Bukaki, Tully, Fanning, everything that ruin it for everybody. I have a mod on my on here, Kindergarten Cop, who is a very good friend of mine. And he was an excellent NYPD detective. And for him to have to watch this and see people cop hate and to sit there and to just say the nastiest shit, right? It's not everybody, but the
No.
ones that are bad take like look at you, right? You were a court marshal, am I correct?
Well, I describe my job as a state marshal.
Oh, a
Just to
state
make it-
marshal.
just-
Okay,
just to make it
you were a
easier
state
for
marshal.
everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
So
that
you
was
were a
da-
state
that was-
marshal.
I was I worked inside prison,
You weren't
and then
a
I was
bad
on the
one.
road too.
Yeah, you weren't a bad one.
Yeah.
And so like it's hard to when you look at the bad ones, it's hard to look and see that there are good in the police force. There are good in like police force. There is good, but the bad it seems to outweigh the good because you're looking at these people you're like, how can you fucking do this to people? How can you
Well,
do
I
this
mean,
to
if you look at DA Morrissey's state police detective group, okay,
Yeah.
and they come across the death of Sandra Birchmore, if it wasn't a Stoughton cop involved that maybe knew Morrissey or had connections with some of these state troopers that work out of Morrissey's office in Canton, Stoughton Canton cops know the stateies that work in the DA's office. There was a lot of connections there. If Matthew Farwell was just average Joe John Q. public, they would have arrested him right away.
Right.
Where it gets dark and
Right.
evil is when you start realizing, well, wait a minute. These guys are willing to cover for each other, even if it involves a murder.
A murder
That-
of a young girl.
that's like
who
the
was,
ultimate breaking of your oath.
who was groomed by all of these men in power.
Well, I blame the Stoughton police chief. What's her name? McNamara.
Yeah,
She did that. She did that whole internal affairs investigation on all the cops that were under her command.
Yeah.
She wasn't the police chief in the beginning, but all that happened to him was, oh, we had this huge internal affairs investigation, and I'm firing all these cops. No, how about you arrest them all?
Right. Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Amen. Yeah. Hey, wait.
And
this
then
is
it got to the point where,
yeah.
Matthew Farwell unalived Sandra Birchmore, and now here comes DA Morrissey's state police detective group, and Garino can't find 32,000 text messages, and
Interesting.
then the Stoughton Police Chief McNamara gets on the Channel 5 news conference. Yeah, we've done the right thing here. We did a long internal affairs investigation, and we're firing all these cops. Well, okay,
Amen.
but
Amen.
how about you had all these cops that were grooming young women, and one of them murdered one.
Ended up dead. Ended up dead. And there were multiple men. It was not just Farwell. It was multiple men who hurt this little girl that ended up dead because she ended up pregnant. Like it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing. What do you? Okay, this is like aside from all of this, right? Hi Baker, we love you. If you want a link, come on up. How about the officer who is going through postpartum and was shot by her own coworker in the chest and is being tried?
The North Andover one, yeah.
Honey, like what the fuck?
Well, there was no body cams, right?
No body cams. They don't believe we got no body cams.
Obviously, the responding officers that were there, they're claiming that she grabbed their service weapon and fired it at them. First round was dry. She supposedly re-racked the weapon to shoot another round, and then he shot her. But
there's no body cam.
It's he said, she said. I don't know.
Right. And postpartum is a very, very, very serious thing.
I doubt any of her coworkers that went in there to tell her, hey, we have a restraining order and we're, here to, I don't know what they were doing, taking away her service weapon, taking her baby. I don't know the details.
Right.
But I mean,
well,
if she literally lost it and grabbed her gun and pointed it at him,
right.
I could see the possibility.
There's no body cam.
We don't know.
Just like
we don't know what
Canton, there's
happened.
no body cam.
It's hard to speculate on what happened when there's no video.
Right. It's he said, she said. Hold on. I gotta plug my computer in. Hold on 1 second. It's he said, she said. However, but at the same time, they said that it was multiple officers at the scene, and then all of a sudden it was just one officer at the scene, and he shot her. Right? So there was three.
I mean, I'm not defending the police. I'm just saying, if she did actually start like pulling the trigger or pointing at him,
right,
and she is not all there in her head, postpartum or whatever she's going through.
Scotty,
it's possible.
Scotty, the police department deemed her okay to get her firearms back. Like, they deemed her because she got her weapons taken away, and then they deemed her okay to have her weapons back. So then they come and get her baby because the baby daddy. And being a mother myself, if anyone ever came to get my son, not that I would shoot, I'm not a gun holder, but like if anyone ever came to like come take my son from me, I would bug the fuck out, right? I would bug out, right? Just as a parent.
No, I think they could have said, hey, can you come down to the station? But it's tough,
right?
With these restraining orders. If you take out a restraining order on somebody, they have to go to their house, take their weapons away, serve them, take their weapons away. They force the police into these confrontations, and it's just
they
so
gave her
happened that
weapons back. They deemed her okay to give weapons back. And then but the thing is too, is my problem with that case is that they were her coworkers. They knew what they were walking into, right? So if they knew her, like me and you, like know each other, but we don't know each other, right? But like if Kelly was to come in and be like, okay, Amy has postpartum, she's pregnant again, she's having a hard time, the police department decided to give me my fucking weapons back, and you're coming to remove my child, don't you think you'd have your video cameras on or have backup?
I don't think that department had them. Period.
But why not?
Well, because
Why doesn't
some cities and towns in Massachusetts, unless it's in their police budget and it's been funded, there are some departments that don't have body cams yet in Massachusetts. We all think they
That's a
all
shame.
do, but they don't.
That's a shame. That is
It's like
a shame.
Canton didn't have them.
Right.
During
They-
Birchmore,
I don't think they. I
General
think they
Keats.
still don't have them. I think they still don't have them. And neither does Stone. Like what?
Well, I mean, the body cams are expensive for many reasons, not just the cost of the body cams themselves. But if you recall, like former Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty saying that
She
they had
wanted a
purchased
kitchen.
she had purchased the body cams, but they needed to hire a company to run them. So like store all the files, and they're expensive to run, but obviously they're good. Everybody wants them.
Yeah, I mean they should.
But some
everybody should
towns
have
just
them.
don't have it in their budget yet. They just don't.
Right. But with Canton, Helena Rafferty wanted a fucking full blown kitchen so that they can make their food.
Well, she wanted money for a new fence and a kitchen.
Right.
It came
But
out to
body
close
cams
to
were out of it.
200 grand.
Right.
Well,
Body cams
she
were
would
out of it.
argue at the town meetings that we have the body cams, but it's going to be this much money to have the company run them. She always had an
Right, and-
excuse, in other words.
This is the thing. Hate corruption makes a good point. It's for the police officers' protection. It's not for necessarily our protection. Like if I'm postpartum and I'm going fucking nuts, right? Because I'm emotional and hormonal and all of these things. It's not for my protection. It's for your protection.
Well, I guarantee you, if that officer had to
Scott,
shoot
hold
at
on 1
her,
second, okay?
he probably
keep talking.
wanted a body cam.
Yeah,
He probably wanted the body cam to just show that he was justified in doing what he did.
I don't think that. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't think that it was him not being like. If I were him, I would have had more than one officer in the room to back up what happened. Because right now, he said, she said, and they knew what type of situation that she was in, and they knew that if they went in there, either A, she was gonna bug the fuck out, or B, they gave her fucking firearms back. They knew she had firearms in the house. They know, right? So
Well, I
why?
mean, you could be a civilian with legally registered weapons, and somebody takes out a restraining order on you. The police know going in as they serve the restraining order on John Q. Public that he has weapons if they're legally registered. Or they're
That's
going
true.
into a situation that's potentially just as dangerous. The police are going in knowing, hey, we're gonna, serve a restraining order on so and so, and it shows
But
on
would you
record
go
that
in alone?
he has two handguns, and we have to take his handguns away.
Right,
So
but would
that's a
you go in
dangerous
alone?
situation. Oh, I would
You
imagine
being you.
no,
You went in
anytime.
alone.
I think the police serve restraining orders like that, there's going to be more than one person there. I don't know how many North
Absolutely.
Andover police were there when that happened.
So originally the story was there was 3. And then
Yeah.
the final story was there was one person against her. And she went and got her service revolver and supposedly threatened to hurt him, and he shot her in the chest. But that's the thing. This is why everybody should have fucking the police cams
Well,
because it protects
I heard a
you.
I heard a different version that she was
What
literally,
was your version?
she pointed not many departments have revolvers. They have, you know, it's automatic. She pulled the trigger first round and nothing fired, so that means a round wasn't chambered. And then she supposedly racked the slide, getting ready to shoot a live round, and that's when they shot at her. That's the story I heard.
Right. So, but this is the thing too. If they knew that she was mentally ill with postpartum depression, which is extremely real, which
I'm
is
sure
like
you could Monday morning
extremely real.
quarterback the whole thing. Maybe they should have had a
Yeah.
whole different way of approaching this.
Yeah. Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, but I doubt.
Absolutely.
I doubt that 3 cops went to her apartment and they just shot her for no reason. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but did they?
I don't want
But
to
did they?
laugh about it, but I
No,
mean,
no, we're not. We're not. We're just discussing it. I'm just saying, but like, and they knew her though. And the thing is too, they did not know her. She was a coworker. She was a colleague.
yeah.
So it's like, it's not like you're walking into like a Latin King's house that you know that they probably have fucking crack and fucking shotguns and all this kind of stuff. You're walking into a coworker's home, right? And you knew
Yeah.
that the police cleared her to have her service revolvers back. So why was she cleared to have?
Maybe that was a mistake. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, you're not lying. You're not lying, Boo.
But I mean,
it could be a little bit of everything. Yeah.
I've seen. Well, I didn't. You know, I worked on a different type of law enforcement, but I used to see officers that were out on stress or leave, and they didn't have to turn in their weapons unless the department had a really good reason for them to.
Right.
So I don't
Can I
like.
ask
I
you
don't know
something?
the full background to her situation there and how it all culminated.
Let's talk about Scott McGinnis for a minute because you fascinate me. What is the craziest story of your entire career? You don't need to name names or anything like that, but what is like the craziest shit that's ever happened in all of your career as a state marshal?
Well, that's a tough one.
I mean, or you can tell two. I don't know, just whatever. Whatever. What's the craziest shit you've ever seen? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
Murder, suicides. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin.
I mean,
That's a
what's
tough
like, what's one that like sticks out? What's one that's like, when I asked you that, what was like the first thing that pops in your mind?
Probably coworker stuff more than
do tell.
criminal stuff.
Do tell. Do tell if you're willing. If you're willing. If you're not, that's fine too.
I mean,
You fascinate me because your job is
you
fucking
see
fascinating.
a lot of death and destruction. So I don't even know where to begin.
Have you ever had
Actually most of it is sad, really.
Mm.
To
I
pour
believe
back
it.
over.
Yeah. I mean, is it more like, have you ever had an inmate like run and attack
It would be like
somebody?
asking it would be akin to asking like a war veteran. They don't want to talk about it.
If you don't want to, you don't have to. I just thought I'd ask. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. I'm just fascinated. I'm fascinated by this shit. We can get back to Proctor. So what do you think is going to happen to Proctor with all of this? Do you think that he's going to get back into his job or back into the law enforcement realm? Or
it's continuing tomorrow. I mean, this isn't a trial, but basically Proctor was being crossed. You know what I mean? And now his lawyer's up there, and his
Right.
lawyer, the last half of the day, was going on and on, deep diving into the Massachusetts Internal Affairs guy, basically trying to say, like, hey, the only reason Proctor got fired is because of the media blitz against my client. It's not fair, whatever. But the bottom line is, Michael Proctor was dishonorably discharged, quote unquote, fired from the Mass State Police. Yeah, the Mass State Police didn't begin the investigation. The FBI did. So if that's what Proctor's attorney is going to argue, is that, you know, Michael Proctor was wrongfully terminated because of public media, I don't think it's going to hold water. I mean, normally these civil service commissions are set up so if you're a local or state cop and you have a union and you're civil service, you can get wrongfully terminated from your position as an officer, say wherever, city or state. You have the right to go in front of the Civil Service Commission and say, you know, I was wrongfully terminated and this is why. But I don't see how Proctor has any sort of argument that holds water to say that he was wrongfully terminated. What his attorney is doing is nitpicking when the internal affairs investigation began, trying to, you know, muddy the water and say, well, you know, we're admitting, you know, my client Proctor made these gross and lewd texts, blah, blah, blah. But he was never charged with collusion. He was never charged with breaking the law. Basically, boo-hoo, poor Proctor, my client, was railroaded by the media. That's the only chance he has to possibly ever get reinstated by the Civil Service Commission. But the Civil Service Commission has to basically prove that Proctor was wrongfully terminated. So I don't think this Proctor thing is going anywhere, but it's just costing the taxpayers more money. We're just sitting here watching it because it's kind of a weird situation because Proctor's attorney is basically saying, hey, you guys didn't even investigate my client until the FBI information came out in Karen Reed Trial 1. So you guys were never even looking at Proctor. Proctor was great. He was a lead detective in Michael Morrissey's office. Proctor's a great guy. Only because Karen Reed and the news media drug his name through the mud. All of a sudden, Proctor was a bad guy. You guys should have backed him up. You should have never fired him. He should have his job back. That's the argument they're trying to make to the Civil Service Commission.
Right.
But the Civil Service Commission is only going to restore a wrongfully terminated police officer's job. Not somebody like Proctor. I don't know how he has a leg to stand on with this argument that he can get his job back. I mean, unless Proctor gets up there and says, hey, I was just like the low man here. Everybody above me is more corrupt than me. And that's one of his arguments, actually. He's trying to say that there's way more corrupt people. There's way more corrupt people than me that don't get treated like I did, and I got fired. That's basically his argument.
He's just not throwing people on the bus like Tully, Bukaki. I don't think any of them should have jobs ever. I think they should all be fired. All of them. Just like, okay, so I have a question for you. What's going to happen with the re-election of Michael Morrissey? What do you think?
I think Morrissey's going to hang it up. I mean, he's got 4% approval rating. He'd have to run for re-election next fall. I mean, I think his name is pretty much trashed. Even the vote blue, no matter who, people aren't going to vote for him. So he's probably going to take his war chest And the problem with campaign finance in Massachusetts is a lifelong fat cat politician like Morrissey. He can take all his money that's saved up for his campaign fund and donate it to the DNC, and they'll just hand that money to the next prominent Democrat that's going to run in his place.
Yep.
So I don't really see him trying to run again, but it's Massachusetts. He might be like, screw it. They'll vote for me anyways. He might think he can get
I'm gonna
back
win
in.
anyway. Yeah, exactly.
So
He's
I
had
don't
a
know.
track record. Yeah. All right, Scott. Well, thank
But a
you
lot
for
of people,
joining us
a lot of people
today.
just vote when they vote for DA. You know, if you're a Democrat voter and you go to your local polls, Michael Morrissey running unopposed, Democrat next to his name, you just click it off. You don't even think about it.
You don't even
People
think about
vote
it.
party lines and they don't even really know the person,
They
or there's
just
nobody
think
running
about
against them.
exactly, and that's what's wrong with Massachusetts. I think that there's more Republicans in Massachusetts than we even think, but because it's a Democratic state, that's
The
what happens.
when you start going down that road in the politics, and who has power in Massachusetts and who has the ability to create a campaign and get funding to run.
Boy, I
I mean,
completely agree
you
with
got you got that the Junior Perkins, I think her name is,
Yep.
and then a couple other Democrats that are running against Morrissey. I mean, they have a shot because they're Democrats.
Right.
For a Republican to go into
But
Norfolk
only
County,
because they're Democrats. That's the only reason.
well, I mean,
That's the only reason.
to Juna, the problem is if you're running in the same party, you can't Juna Perkins can't go out there and slam Attorney General Andrea Campbell or slam Maura Healey because you're on the same team, right? So you got to be kind of like careful what you say. And she's saying stuff like, "Oh, Morrissey did this wrong and did that wrong," but she's not going to come full out and start, slamming Democrats that run and control Massachusetts. She can't. She has to stay loyal to her party line.
She can't. It's all political. Absolutely. It says she literally said, "Mom, does Amy have any brothers that are single?" She thinks, what? You're crazy. Scott. It says, "Scott, help me find a good man for my 21-year-old daughter. She had her heart broken and she's a beautiful, good girl." Scott, you gotta help my friend hate corruption find a good girl, apparently.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
it's so funny. All right, Scott, it was so awesome having you on here today. We'll come up like again. I would love to have you on. I love listening. I love your conversationalist skills. I love like talking to you. You're so full of knowledge, and I would love to have you on again. I'm gonna continue with the Proctor hearing, but I would love to have you on again.
Yeah, sure. This was fun.
Yeah.
'Cause it was
this
easier to
awesome.
just talk to you about what I saw today than try to
Exactly.
or
You
whatever.
are welcome on here whenever you want. Like, you just let me know I want a link and you can come up here. I would
Because I
love
know
that.
everybody was watching the Donna Adelson trial. I don't know how many people were watching the Proctor thing.
We played it. Well, now we're doing Proctor, but we did play the Adelson. The Adelson is fucking fascinating. If you don't know about it, you should like look into it. It's fucking fascinating.
I kind of
But
do.
you are-
I laugh because I'm like the Karen Reed people that knew nothing about Karen Reed and they just started watching the trial
right
and didn't know any of the backstory. So that's
Right.
me with the Adelson thing.
Well,
I
the
didn't know
Adelson,
any of
there's
the
been
I didn't
5
know any of
trials
the back
already.
history. I didn't know
There's
any
been
of the
5
back history.
trials. Yeah.
So I was watching
there's
the
been
opening
5
arguments and I'm like, oh, this is crazy. Why isn't Wendy arrested?
Wild. Well, she's next. I think that she's the patsy of this trial. They don't necessarily want like Donna, because Donna's like 80 and like she won't spend any time in jail. Wendy is the GOAT, okay? She is going to get indicted after all of this because all of the testimony has been focused on Wendy. Wendy deserves to be in prison because she was the mastermind of it all with her mother. That's my opinion. But I've been following it since like day one. It's
Yeah, see, I
fascinating.
haven't. I just
Yeah.
find it weird. Like it was like 11 years ago.
Yeah.
The hitman,
2013.
the hitman got, convicted, and now, they're going after the mother. And what about the wife? Like that's usually the prime suspect.
So they have convicted the two Latin kings, the girlfriend of Charlie is Wendy's brother. He was dating Catherine McBanois, who was the baby mama of one of the murderers. One of them pleaded and was like, I'm just gonna go to jail. And now the mother who tried to flee to Vietnam, she is now on trial, but I think they're going after Wendy now, who deserves to be in prison, unfortunately.
I'm just saying, in any normal situation where a significant other or spouse decides to hire hitmen to off the other person, this case is
just
backwards
leave.
because everybody's been arrested, charged, or convicted except for the person that wanted.
You're right, bro. She went by the crime scene and went to a liquor store and got bullet bourbon after her baby daddy got blasted in the face with a shotgun. Tell me.
I thought it was two handgun
It was a
shots
Glock.
through the window.
It was a Glock. It was Glock through the face. It was in the face. It was in the face. And she got bullet bourbon. Like, she deserves to be in prison, but she's the only one. She is a unindicted co-conspirator. Conspirator. So
that's how I see it. I don't even
believe-
know anything about this case. I'm watching it stone cold.
She is. And so I truly believe that this case is just building up to her grand jury to indict her. She deserves to be in prison. 100%. Like, I've been following it since like the Latin kings who actually did the murder. And
Right.
the whole thing is wild. The whole thing is just fucking crazy.
But why has it taken so long? But
I
like I said, I don't know the history. So.
It took a long time.
From a stone cold new to the thing, seeing the Donna Adelson trial opening statements.
Wild.
And I'm just trying to like grasp all the characters involved here, and I'm like, how is not the ex-wife like the first one on trial?
How is she not the first one? But it's because Donna is like the matriarch of the family, and she was like a narcissistic mother that controlled the family.
Yeah, I've seen some of that in the beginning of this trial.
Yeah. So she had a lot to do with it. And Charlie was the thug brother that like dated below him. Right. And he found a girl whose baby daddy was the Latin king who was willing to murder someone for money. And someone pleaded, the other one got convicted. Catherine McBanois, Charlie's girlfriend, she could have skated. She could have like been out and like with her kids, but instead she wanted to like protect her baby daddy and Charlie, and now is spending life in prison. Now it's Donna because she tried to flee to Vietnam, which is like a non-extradition country. The whole thing is bizarre. Okay. The whole thing is
I can see that from the little I know already.
It makes me feel real good about my life. It makes me feel real good about my situation. It's like, it's crazy.
And I missed all of today's because I was watching the Michael Proctor civil service hearing.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what
We're
I
actually
missed
gonna
today.
finish that after we get off here. We're gonna finish it, and hopefully I guess a lot of people who I see in my chat were with us watching Donna Adelson, so they haven't been able to see the proctor. So we'll get back to that. But it was awesome having you, and I hope you'll come back whenever you want. Whenever you want a fucking link, Scotty, you tell me, and you come up and you hang out.
All
I would
right,
love to
sounds
have
cool.
you. All right. Thanks,
All right.
Scott. All right.
Bye, Amy.
Bye.
Trooper Michael Proctor, relief of duty.
And it's, now July 1st was the date of the mistrial in the Reed case, correct?
Yes.
And this relief of duty, called a two-from, right? A memo,
It is,
internal
yes.
memo. And it's from Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, correct?
Yes.
To Leonard Coppinerath, the major of the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also to Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors, who opened the investigation 3 months earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dated July 1st, same day as the mistrial. And it says that on Monday, July 1st, at approximately 19:25 hours, that would be military 7:25 p.m., correct?
Correct.
I, Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, relieved Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and advised him that he was on administrative leave with pay pending a duty status hearing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So is it fair to say, DLT, that within hours after the mistrial in the Reed case, Mike Proctor gets relieved of duty?
Yes, sir.
And we already went through the fact that this could have happened back in March, correct, under the
Correct.
articles?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you could turn back to Exhibit 14, Appellant's Exhibit 14, APP 0085. Tell me when you're ready. Okay, very good. What is this, sir?
This is it looks like a press release titled Colonel Mont's Statement Following the Mistrial in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
And so this is from Colonel Mon, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is dated July 1st, correct?
I don't see a date on it. Unless I'm missing it, I don't see a date.
Well, you testified about this in the trial board, you recall?
I'm talking this document. I don't remember the date that it was, though, sir.
All right, well. Two from, right? A memo,
It is,
internal
yes.
memo. And it's from Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, correct?
Yes.
To Leonard Coppinerath, the major of the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also to Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors, who opened the investigation 3 months earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dated July 1st, same day as the mistrial. And it says that on Monday, July 1st, at approximately 19:25 hours, that would be military 7:25 p.m., correct?
Correct.
I, Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, relieved Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and advised him that he was on administrative leave with pay pending a duty status hearing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So is it fair to say, DLT, that within hours after the mistrial in the Reed case, Mike Proctor gets relieved of duty?
Yes, sir.
And we already went through the fact that this could have happened back in March, correct, under the
Correct.
articles?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you could turn back to Exhibit 14, Appellant's Exhibit 14, APP 0085. Tell me when you're ready. Okay,
ready, sir.
very good. What is this, sir?
This is it looks like a press release titled Colonel Mont's Statement Following the Mistrial in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
And so this is from Colonel Mon, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is dated July 1st, correct?
I don't see a date on it. Unless I'm missing it, I don't see a date.
Well, you testified about this in the trial board, you recall?
I'm talking this document. I don't remember the date that it was, though, sir.
All right, well, let's read it, and that will answer the question about the date.
Yes, sir.
The first paragraph, first of all, it's from Colonel Mon, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's a public statement, a press release.
Yes, sir.
And the first paragraph is referring to the O'Keefe family and the tragedy that they have undergone, correct?
Yes.
And then in the second paragraph, it says, upon learning today's result, does that suggest to you that it's July 1st?
It does.
Upon learning today's result, the department took immediate action to relieve Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and formally transfer him out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, State Police Detectives Unit. This follows our previous decision to open an internal affairs investigation after information about serious misconduct emerged in testimony at the trial. This investigation is ongoing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so Colonel Vaughn is telling the media that he has relieved Michael Proctor of duty after learning of the mistrial, correct?
Correct.
So July 1st, 24 becomes a very important date for Michael Proctor, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Mr. Carlin?
This is cross-exam.
Sir, other question, Mr. Carlin. Mr. Carlin?
Of what possible relevance is Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's speculation about whether or not that was an important day to Michael Proctor? Of what possible relevance to the existing proceedings could there be?
I'll ask you to rephrase your question, Mr. Lieutenant.
Michael Proctor was relieved of duty on July 1st, correct?
Correct.
The mistrial and the retrial was July 1st, correct?
Correct.
And so July 1st, when a trooper gets relieved of duty, becomes a very important date for him, does it not? Objection.
Again, Mr. Firehan, it's the same question.
May we approach?
You may.
It's under internal investigation, and that process will have to go forward. This was the right move to remove him. This is a process. We have to wait for that process to go forward. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Now, is it fair to say, sir, that the state police wanted to move quickly with the disciplinary process of Michael Proctor?
Objection. I'm sorry. What the agency wanted is not an appropriate question to be asking what the agency wanted. What does that even mean?
Can you just rephrase that, Mr. Firehan?
Were you told that the Mass State Police wanted to move quickly with this investigation?
I was not.
Were you aware that, July 1st was a holiday week, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that the state police wanted to convene the duty status hearing within a day or two after his relief of duty for the holiday?
I wouldn't know that, sir. I'm not involved in that process.
Were you aware that that week Michael Proctor was in California?
I had learned that afterwards,
Were
yes.
you aware that I was away that week as well?
I did not know that.
Are you aware that the duty status hearing was held on July 8th?
I believe that to be the date, yes, sir.
Could you go to Balance Exhibit 17? Just EPP 0106.
Yes, 17, you said, sir?
17. And is this a notice of the duty status hearing?
Yes, sir, it appears to be.
And what's the date on that?
July 2nd, 2024.
And what's the date of the scheduled duty status hearing on that?
July 8th, 2024.
And are you aware that Michael Proctor had to appear virtually?
I learned that after, yes.
Now, could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 55? It's APP 0365. Were you aware that, strike that, July 1st was a holiday week, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that the state police wanted to convene a duty status hearing within a day or two after his relief from duty for the holiday?
I wouldn't know that, sir. I'm not involved in that process.
Were you aware that that week Michael Proctor was in California?
I had learned that afterwards,
Were
yes.
you aware that I was away that week as well?
I did not know that.
Are you aware that the duty status hearing was held on July 8th?
I believe that to be the date, yes, sir.
Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 17? Just EPP 0106.
Yes, 17, you said, sir?
17. And is this a notice of the duty status hearing?
Yes, sir, it appears to be.
And what's the date on that?
July 2nd, 2024.
And what's the date of the scheduled duty status hearing on that?
July 8th, 2024.
And are you aware that Michael Proctor had to appear virtually?
I had learned that after, yes.
Now, could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 55? It's APP 0365.
Okay, sir.
What is this, DLT?
Appears to be the department's policies and procedures index.
Cover sheet and then an index of all the policies and procedures?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with all the Mass State Police policies and procedures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say it is over 800 pages and with rules and regulations, about 1,000 pages with policies and rules?
So I don't know the number, but that wouldn't surprise me if that was the number.
Now, could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 19, APP 0106?
Yes, sir.
You have that in front of you, right?
I do.
And is that an email from you
It is.
dated Monday, July 1st, 4/22/35, correct?
Exhibit 19.
Yes. APP 0106.
The email I have here is dated June 26th. Oh, I'm sorry, the one at the top is the July 1st, but the forwarded message is July 26th.
Right.
On June
Did you see
26th.
that?
Yes,
APP
yes.
0106?
Yep, yep.
And so that's an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Keith Egan?
To Colonel Shoemaker. Oh,
Of all the policies and procedures?
yes, sir.
And you're familiar with all the Mass State Police policies and procedures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say it is over 800 pages and with rules and regulations, about 1,000 pages with policies and rules?
So I don't know the number, but that wouldn't surprise me if that was the number.
You know, could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 19, APP 0106?
Yes, sir.
You have that in front of you, right?
I do.
And is that an email from you?
It is.
Dated Monday, July 1st, 4/22/35, correct?
On Exhibit 19,
Yes. APP 0106.
the email I have here is dated June 26th. Oh, I'm sorry, the one at the top is the July 1st, but the forwarded message is July 26th.
Right.
On June
Did you see
26th.
that?
Yes,
APP
yes.
0106.
Yep, yep.
And so that's an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Keith Egan?
To Colonel Shoemaker. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
So,
sorry, yeah,
so
it's
there's,
top,
so there's
very
two
top.
email headers on there. Yes, the top one is to Keith Egan, yes.
Okay, let's go with your method. Down the bottom first, what email is that?
That is June 26, 2024, and that is to Colonel Shoemaker and CC'd to Detective Lieutenant John Goslin.
And who is Robert Shoemaker?
Robert Shoemaker became the division commander for the Division of Standards and Training.
All right. And so thinking,
Standards and Training.
so thinking back to our chart that we talked about earlier, that he would be one of the 5 lieutenant colonels.
Correct.
And what is the Division of Standards and Training?
So in that division, my unit is housed along with the training side of the house, which would be the academy, as well as a number of other units.
Is it fair to say that DST, Division of Standards and Training, is the unit of disciplinary procedures?
So that function falls under that division, but there are many functions.
There are
in the
functions,
division.
but one of the functions of DST is OP, correct?
Correct.
And Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker is a designee of the colonel, correct?
He would, for lack of a better term, yes, yes.
So in lack of a better term, he'd be one of your bosses in Opium, correct?
Yes.
And so wouldn't Keith Egan?
Yes.
And Keith Egan, what is his title?
Major.
And he was a major back in July?
Yes.
And so the first email on APP 0106 is from you to Robert Shoemaker, and John Goslin is copied, correct?
Correct.
And what's the subject of this?
IAS 24-0014 potential violations.
And you authored some potential violations, correct?
Correct.
For Michael. You mentioned in paragraph 2 of your to from this the information that Trooper Proctor sent included information about the decedent as well as information about potential suspects. This could be a potential violation of rules and regulation 5.23. Correct?
Correct.
Now, could you look at the respondent's exhibit 24? this would be R0642643.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you previously discussed on direct, and that's Article 5 of the Rules and Regulations of the State Police, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned in your June 26th from that potentially there's violation of 5.2.3, correct?
Correct.
5.23. And 5.23 is dissemination of information, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mike Proctor was never charged with that, was he?
I don't know what the specific charges were. It's not something that I'm involved in.
Okay. And down below in paragraph 3, you mentioned at the end of 3 about some of the text messages. This could be a potential violation of policy and procedure admin 47, bias-based policing, and admin 18, unlawful harassment / sexual harassment, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if he was ever charged with that?
Again, sir, I'm not sure what charges were because I was not involved in that.
That wasn't your call.
It was not.
And is it fair to say that as of this time, you're confronted with a case of text messages on a personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say that you were spitballing to try to figure out what the violation might be?
Correct.
And is that because there is no Mass State Police policy concerning personal content on personal cell phones?
No, sir.
No, there isn't a policy.
No, that's not the reason why I
But is it fair to say there is not a policy of the state police concerning personal text messages on a personal cell phone?
That is correct.
And so, just going along chronologically, the duty status hearing was held on July 1st, correct?
Yes.
And if we could look at Exhibit 17. Which I believe is the personnel. And if you could go to APP 0101. Look at that.
Okay, sir.
And what is that?
It is a personnel order with Trooper Proctor's duty status.
So on that date, Michael Proctor was suspended without pay, correct?
Correct.
And is there any effect to one's health insurance when that happens?
There is.
What's the objection to elements? I'll have another question. If you know your answer.
I believe there is, yes.
What is that?
I believe that it ceases.
Hey you guys, I have to go be a mom. I have to cut this short. I know that it's like 20 minutes left, but I'm sure I wouldn't have seen it. We will be back tomorrow with the Adelson case. And I love you guys. Fuck Proctor. I gotta go be a mom. Do you want to come say like and subscribe?
I'm naked.
It's okay.
Like and subscribe.
I love you guys. We'll see you later. I gotta go be a mom. Bye. Stop.
How I supposed to say that? Talk time with Amy in Boston and Kelly. Time with Amy, Boston and Kelly. Talk 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 time with Amy, Boston and Kelly is a member, y'all. Is a member, y'all, to the Gene Deal Show. Talk time with Amy in Boston and Kelly. Talk time with Amy, Boston and Kelly. Talk time with Amy, Boston and Kelly is a member to the Gene Deal Show. Oh, thank you for your membership. Talk time with Amy and Boston and Kelly on the Gene.